Here's where the legend begins. Not in glory, not in freedom, just a slave trader on an ordinary day until a desperate couple shows up ready to hand over their own newborn. He refuses. What kind of parents sell a baby into that life? But another customer is waiting in the shadows, a nobleman who travels the world buying bodies for one purpose only, the arena. The couple walks away without looking back. The nobleman takes the child and the trader is left staring at the horror of it, a newborn in the arena. That nobleman has one obsession, the strongest slave in the world. Weak fighters bore the crowds. He needs a true warrior, and when he finds a general-level fighter from a fallen empire, he also takes the child that comes with him. He drops the baby straight into the arena pits and orders his champion to raise it. Everyone knows a child cannot survive that place. Everyone is wrong. The child endures. He eats more, learns faster, and when taught one lesson, he masters two. He grows without stopping until the champion who raised him no longer understands what he has created. In his first real match, the boy becomes something else. Combat itself seems to pour into him. The old champion meets his end in the sand, and the thing that walks away is no longer just a child. It is a monster forged for the arena. Years later, that same child has become an adult, still locked inside the red Kool-Aid-soaked spectacle. But the story shifts. Somewhere far from the pits, a university student named William is about to get dragged into a world he never asked to see. A senior ropes William into an underground arena night, betting the tuition money William worked so hard to earn. First up is a brute called the Endbringer. Red Kool-Aid flies, the crowd roars, and William already regrets every choice that brought him here. Then the announcer calls the next name, Happy Face. The gates open on a young man with no armor, no weapon, clean skin, and a bright, unbothered smile, like he wandered into the wrong nightmare. The entire arena freezes. William cannot believe what he is seeing. This smiling kid looks completely incapable of fighting. People shout that it has to be a joke, a test, anything but a real match. The opponent charges in for an easy finish. One brutal exchange later, the sand is quiet. Happy Face stands over him without a scratch, that same calm smile still glued to his face. In a split second, William locks eyes with him across the pit. Happy Face is still smiling, bright, empty, terrifying. The crowd erupts. The underdog who looked like nothing just dominated. Happy Face wins. William gets his money back, except it is barely a single copper coin, the house treating the whole bet like spare change. The matches that follow are every nightmare William ever imagined the arena to be. He flees back to the dormitory, pays his tuition, and tries to bury himself in books like none of it happened. But when sleep finally comes, the arena follows him. Red sand, roaring crowds, and a pair of glowing eyes that will not let him rest. Morning hits. William's friends notice something wrong the second they see him. His eyes are different. Something from that pit has followed him out, and the next time the arena calls, he may not be able to look away. Chapter 2 drops us right back into the grit of the arena holding cells. One fighter is still out cold from his last bout, and the others waste no time needling him about warming up fast if he wants any shot at the next match. A massive veteran looms over the group, the kind of fighter who makes the walls feel smaller just by standing there. The others already know the score. This guy never finishes opponents the easy way. He dials his skill down on purpose, toying with them until the crowd is screaming. One bruised fighter tries to talk tough, claiming a lucky kick was the only reason he went down. The veteran shuts that noise down cold. If he had fought for real, that guy would already be finished and headed for the disposal bin. Tension spikes hard until a bright voice cuts through it all. Our boy Happy, that same calm smile plastered on his face, pumps a fist and yells for the arena like he was born for it. The others just stare. Nobody knows yet what that Happy Face is really hiding. The veterans size him up in the silence that follows. One calls him a milk-breathed punk and wonders how a runt like that even ended up in this pit. Happy just keeps that easy grin, answering every question without flinching. He tells them the only story he knows. His father sold him here the day he was born. The arena raised him. The fighters here taught him everything. But when someone points out those teachers are all trembling now, Happy quietly corrects himself. The truth lands heavy. Everyone who used to train him has been gone a long time. Now there's no one left who can give him a real fight, just endless waves of new faces, and he looks straight at Happy when he says it. This veteran has a system. He gets himself hurt on purpose early, lets the crowd think he's finished, then flips the whole match. Evaluating fresh meat is part of his job. Happy listens, that smile never cracking, even as the air turns dangerous. The lesson turns physical fast. Blows land, the veteran drives Happy back, and for a second it looks like the smiling kid is completely outmatched. Then Happy laughs through it, calling the whole thing out. The guy was toying with him the entire time. They break apart with the understanding that everyone here is already living on borrowed time. No point wasting strength between matches. Across the compound, a different kind of player is making his own moves, holding a silver grade pass stamped with the name Iron Face. This quiet gambler cannot stay away. He hands off his betting slip and pass so someone else can cover his shift, all because he needs to see Happy fight one more time. Outside the walls, the arena looms like a beast waiting to be fed. Meanwhile, the gravediggers get their own orders. Sagar and his master hitch up the cart and head out to clear the latest batch of bodies from Lucastian Eye Arena. Just another day of cleaning up what the crowd leaves behind. But the bodies tell a different story. Bare fist bruises cover every one of them, even though this arena is famous for weapons. Sagar freezes when his master calls him over. One still body matches a royal missing person notice down to the last detail. Panic hits hard. A royal family member turned into arena scraps a month ago. The master wants to report it straight to the Lord in the church. Sagar begs him to stop. Men like the Lord do not ask questions, they just make examples. The old gravedigger will not bury the truth. Crimes get punished, even if it costs him everything. He walks off to do what he believes is right, leaving Sagar staring after him with pure dread. Everyone tied to this arena is suddenly standing on a knife edge. Back at the gates, the gambler clutches that Iron Face pass and whispers the only thing on his mind. Just one more time, he is going to watch Happy's match, and with a royal storm about to break over the entire arena, that smiling underdog is walking straight into the biggest fight of his life. Storm clouds roll in and the weather flips without warning. Down in the lower streets, people freeze as armored figures cut through the rain. Royal knights, and they did not come for a friendly visit. The captain does not waste words. A royal family attacker is hiding somewhere in this district. Every exit gets locked down. Capture them all. Anyone who fights back gets finished on the spot. Meanwhile, the arena is packing in for the main event. The announcer hypes the crowd with a name that still freezes red Kool-Aid, the Nocturnal Demon. The serial terror who tore through an entire village a month ago. Guards and tanks could not stop him. He should be rotting in a cell waiting for the gallows. Instead, someone pulled him straight into the arena. And the first match of the night, of course it starts with Happy Face. Our smiling underdog stands in the tunnel listening to the panic. Everyone else is terrified. Happy Face just chuckles. Feed him, house him, and let him keep fighting. They did not drag him to hell. They handed him heaven. The gate slams open. A weapon is shoved into his hand like an invitation. Happy Face steps out wearing that same calm grin, ready to meet whatever monster they threw at him. But the Nocturnal Demon never shows. Instead, the crowd goes gone silent. A royal knight in full armor strides into the sand like he owns the kingdom. The entire arena just became a crime scene. The order drops like a hammer. Kneel. Every single person here is now a suspect in the royal family attack. Resist and the king's command is simple. Finish them. Spears lower. Bodies hit the dirt. Panic explodes as people try to run or argue. The knights do not care who is innocent. Wrong move and it is game over right there on the sand. In the middle of the chaos, one figure stays on his feet, Happy Face, that same easy smile plastered on like none of this touches him. The captain notices immediately. Do you find this situation amusing? The knight demands. Happy Face just keeps smiling like the whole royal order is background noise. That grin is starting to look less harmless by the second. The captain swings. Happy Face does not flinch. He reads the strike before it even starts, slips inside the arc, and the heavy weapon whistles past empty air. Too close to swing, too late to dodge. One perfect heartbeat, Happy Face dives into the opening and drives a clean punch straight into the knight. The impact cracks across the arena. The captain staggers, eyes wide. This slave just tagged a royal knight. The knight recovers fast and answers with raw power. Blades and armor flash. Happy Face keeps moving like he already knows every angle, slipping under swings that should have ended him. The crowd cannot believe what they are watching. Then Happy Face drops low and takes the captain's legs out from under him. The royal knight hits the sand hard. Dust explodes. For a second, the entire arena forgets how to breathe. The other knights rush in, shouting for their captain. Happy Face stands over the fallen armor, that calm, happy face still locked in place. No fear, no panic, just quiet control. Whispers rip through the stands. Who is that guy? A smiling slave just dropped a royal knight in front of everyone. And if this is only the beginning, the arena has no idea what kind of legend just woke up. Chapter 4 cracks open on pure chaos. Lucastion stands in the dirt with a spear, locked on the one person who should not even be here, and the whole arena energy is wrong. Everyone thought this was just another match. It is not. The threat lands hard. Even if you go down, they want the humiliation to last until the very end. Then the promise, they will finish him right here. Our smiling underdog is staring straight into the worst kind of spectacle. A roar cuts through it all. Stop! The big man in the red cloak is losing it because the guy who charged in only fought thinking this was a real arena bout. Free weapons, no rules, just an opportunity he never understood. They call him a trained dog, but look closer. His facial nerves are all damaged, locking the muscles so the smile never leaves. It has always been that way. That frozen, cheerful mask is the only face the world ever sees. Flashback hard, even as a tiny kid left behind, even when weapons poked him and the red Kool-Aid ran, that same bright expression stayed glued on. People called him a demon for it. Inside, he was breaking. Outside, he just kept smiling. He survived every brutal scrap because the fighter underneath never quit. Now he is locked in a cell, and the man who has watched Happy's entire life finally says it out loud. This kind of thing again. The smile that fools everyone. Here is the secret that changes everything. Happy cannot express himself. Scared, sad, in despair, the face stays happy. People get captivated by the look and never see the pain. That is why he never ran. That smile is both prison and shield. Lucastion calls it repayment. The joy Happy's face gave him is something he could never feel in a lifetime. Then steel flashes, the fight erupts, and the gallows go up right under the king's balcony. Execution day is coming. In the dark prison, the condemned wait. One man begs, another asks what he even did. Happy sits there with that same calm smile while the others fall apart. Then a voice cuts through the despair. Happy, happy face. When did you get here? The cellmate has been locked up with him the whole time and never noticed. Happy just laughs it off. He pretends the arrows never touched him. I'm fine, he says, even while the nerves keep the smile frozen. The other guy finally gets it. You're scared too, right? Of course I'm scared, Happy admits. We're about to be finished. But the mismatch between face and feelings only makes him laugh harder. The cellmate panics, thinking he's being mocked, until Happy softens it. It's okay, everyone is like that. 1 hour later, the door opens and a family floods in. William, brother! They cling to each other, cry in apologies while Happy watches from the shadows. This is how people with no one live. Life already decided they are slaves from birth. William's father has no power to change the sentence. Happy just keeps smiling through the rain and the hopelessness. Then the verdict shifts. Most of the innocent walk free, but one special case remains. Lucastian registered a single contestant under the church. A huge donation sealed it. Church law says this person will not face the gallows. Instead, he lives the rest of his days as a slave for atonement. The king already accepted. No real name, only a contestant name. It is Happy Face. So that was Lucasian's repayment. The joy that smile gave him bought Happy a twisted kind of survival. 1 week later, the slave market is open and the newly arrived boy will not stop laughing. No one wants to buy the smiling oddity. Just let him waste away, they say. Then a quiet voice cuts through the noise. I would like to buy that child. The sellers blink. There are no children here. He means the one crying so sadly over there. The old buyer does not hesitate. I will take him. And just like that, Happy's next chapter begins under a brand new master. Chapter 5 drops us into a brand new world for our smiling slave. A grandmother has brought home a boy nobody wanted, and the quiet house suddenly has a new presence that makes everyone uneasy. The family frets over the danger of trusting a slave in times like these, but grandmother insists she chose carefully, a kind young child with a good heart, and one relative decides he has to see this boy with his own eyes before he can believe it. Happy finally stands in front of them, stomach growling loud enough to fill the room. Grandmother takes one look and snaps that those monsters clearly never fed him, then marches off to prepare real food because a slave who has to work still needs to eat. She lays down the rules with a pan in hand. From tomorrow, there will be dishes, clean rooms, and firewood for winter. Happy blinks and asks about fighting, and she shuts that down fast. No frightening talk, just honest work. She sends him to wash up. Happy steps into warm water for the very first time in his life, and the shock on his face says everything. Heat sinks into skin that only ever knew cold and hunger. It feels like every old pain is being rinsed away. The clothes, the food, the house, even the people here are warm. Grandmother mutters about how badly he must have been treated to end up starved like this, then gently tends the scrapes with healing herbs. Happy still calls her master out of pure habit. She stops him cold and tells him to just call her grandmother. The word feels foreign in his mouth, but when he asks if he can step outside, she lets him go. Outside, the open sky hits him like a revelation. A memory surfaces of someone once telling him the world beyond the bars stretches endlessly, and that real freedom means you can walk anywhere you choose. Grandmother watches him quietly and says if he wants to leave, he can. She is too old to stop him anyway. Happy turns back with that same calm face, but something harder burns underneath. He has already seen enough. He drops to his knees and swears he will start working right now, no more waiting. The boy everyone treated as disposable chooses the warmth instead of the road and throws himself into the chores with everything he has. A soft memory of a father's arms flickers through his mind. When the relative finally comes home and sees the hardworking child, the house fills with awkward acceptance. That day, Happy tastes the warmest hours of his entire life, and the happy face finally matches something real. But the same night, far from that gentle fire, another boy is freezing. William is living through the coldest day of his life. Rumors about the arena incident have poisoned the entire school, and they have painted him as the villain who enjoyed watching a royal get finished. Awards confiscated, church scholarship ripped away, an expulsion hearing already scheduled. Everyone turns their back while his father begs for one more chance, calling it his own unworthy fault. Students storm the dorm screaming that the place belongs to them now. William pleads it was never him, that he never even saw Royal, but fists and fury answer instead. They drag the so-called trash out into the night and toss him from the dormitory. Too ashamed to go home, William stumbles into the deserted mountains and breaks down, wiping tears in the dark. That is when a familiar, cheerful voice cuts through the cold. Happy has wandered out hungry for a late night snack and offers him a mushroom with that signature smile. William stares in pure disbelief. The mushroom is poisonous, and he almost met his end right there. But the real danger is watching from the trees. Bandits have spotted the pair, clocking William as noble-born and Happy as the perfect dim-witted tag-along. Easy gold coins, they figure, and the hunt is about to begin. Chapter 6 opens on a brand new kind of freedom. Happy is finally outside the arena walls, walking a quiet path toward his grandmother's house with a companion at his side, that same calm, happy face never slipping. His companion notes how considerate the grandmother has been from the very first meeting. Happy just smiles that unbreakable smile and admits he really thought it was game over back there, yet here he is, still standing. The mountain path turns quiet and empty, then the air shifts. Armed figures block the trail ahead, and Happy's companion freezes with pure confusion while danger closes in fast. A young noble is already on his knees, begging for his life and offering every coin he has. These men are no ordinary bandits. Their leader coldly explains the real prize is the boy's parents. This is a full kidnapping. They order the noble tied up and laugh like they already own the night. Happy watches every move, that happy face still locked in place while the situation turns ugly. Then Happy moves. One clean strike sends a thug flying. The whole group freezes in shock as the smiling slave they ignored suddenly becomes the biggest problem on the mountain. Chaos erupts. Happy ducks, counters, and drops another attacker with nothing but bare hands and pure arena instinct. The kidnappers cannot believe what they are seeing. The leader snaps and screams to finish him. Too late. Happy is already a green blur of motion, slamming through the remaining men like they are training dummies. One final desperate rush ends with Happy standing over the last thug. That same calm, happy face looks down while the entire armed crew lies finished at his feet. Bare hands, no weapons, just pure skill. His companion can barely speak. Happy just took down a whole squad of armed robbers without a single blade. Then the truth hits harder. These men were exile clowns, the largest criminal organization in the kingdom. A massive bounty sits on their heads. Happy's companion offers to claim it and split the reward, but the cold reality lands fast. Slaves cannot receive bounty payments. Status still chains him even after a victory like this. The companion refuses to let it slide. He will put the claim in his own name, handle the paperwork, and make sure Happy still gets what he earned. For the first time, someone is standing up for the smiling slave instead of using him. They talk for hours after that. Happy learns what the outside world feels like, and the two grow close fast. This is his first real friend since leaving the arena, and when they finally part ways, the promise to meet again feels solid. The next morning brings a completely different stage. William's public verdict. Everyone expects harsh punishment for the arena incident, yet the king himself steps in. William's courage against the exile clowns earns him a full pardon and a Medal of Honor. The courtroom erupts in disbelief. Nobles whisper that money must have bought this miracle. Meanwhile, the night before, Happy had been writhing in silent agony, his body still remembering every brutal arena trial, even in peace. That pain finally fades after the mountain fight. Happy wakes to the first truly refreshing morning he has ever known outside the arena. His body has found balance again, and that happy face feels a little more real. He reaches grandmother's house at last. The reunion is pure warmth. She pulls him close, the little ones gather around, and for one quiet moment the former slave is simply home. But the next chapter already whispers suspicion on the horizon. Chapter 7 opens on a quiet countryside house and a duck that has no idea what kind of storm just walked into its yard. A blonde young man named Wane stares in shock at the new arrival. The boy simply flashes that unbreakable smile and introduces himself the only way he knows how. "I'm Happy." Inside, grandfather and Wane trade uneasy looks. This kid came from the arena. That alone is enough to make anyone nervous, yet grandfather decides they should watch him a little longer because so far the boy seems like a genuinely good person. Happy wastes no time making himself useful. He peeks through the window and somehow gets grandmother smiling again, something the family has not seen in a long while. That quiet, cheerful face is already changing the mood of the entire house. Grandfather is impressed. He calls Happy the brightest person he has seen in ages, and the boy even remembers which dish was the old man's favorite. For the first time in forever, the storage room might actually get organized. Wane is less convinced. He mutters that he could have handled everything without a slave and grabs an axe. Happy has already fetched the bath water and is standing there ready for more orders, that same calm smile never leaving his face. When Wana finishes, Happy immediately offers to chop every last piece of firewood himself. He wants this to be his job from now on. The boy who once had nothing is volunteering for the hardest work on the farm without a second thought. Wane tells him that is a good attitude and starts demonstrating proper form. Happy watches every swing like his life depends on it. For a former slave, every new skill is another step away from the collar he used to wear. One clean, powerful strike splits the log and Happy lights up like a kid who just saw magic. "Did you see that?" he shouts, that happy face now full of real excitement. Wane has no idea he just handed a future arena legend his first real lesson. The next morning, the entire family discovers Happy has already chopped enough firewood for a small army. Grandmother casually mentions he finished it all last night. Wani can only stare at the mountain of wood in pure disbelief. Wani confronts him, reminding Happy he was only supposed to watch and learn. Happy just rubs his sore shoulders and admits he wanted to practice the proper form. Overdoing it until it hurts is simply how this boy climbs. The family finally tells him to rest. Grandmother sinks into a long, peaceful bath and admits the house feels comfortable again with one more hardworking person around. Happy's quiet labor is already rewriting the rhythm of their days. But when evening comes, Happy slips out the door without a word. Wani notices immediately and the whole family starts wondering where their new helper disappears to after dark. That smile hides more than just pain. Across town, a little girl named Ellie opens the door to find Happy waiting. Her brother William steps out, the same young man whose life Happy once saved. Tonight, they are not heading to any library. William pulls out a stack of wanted posters. Happy cannot read the names well, but he knows exactly what he wants. He needs legal fights to quiet the pain that still visits him at night, and bounty hunting is the perfect outlet. So every night, the two of them meet under the cover of darkness and hunt bounties together. Back at the house, the questions keep piling up. Wani watches Happy leave again and again, suspicion growing with every sunset. Then one night, they finally corner a real target, a heavily armored fugitive who has been slipping past soldiers for years. Happy peeks out from cover, heart pounding, and realizes William actually did it. They found him. The real hunt is about to begin. Out in the woods, something feels off, fast. William freezes as they stumble across a fallen body and a towering figure in heavy armor gripping a massive axe. The armored stranger barely glances their way and tells them this is the wrong place to be hunting monsters. He explains the bounty on his head is basically a formality from recent guild cleanups and calmly orders them to walk away. Happy, still wearing that unreadable smile, asks if the man has really been getting away with criminal work this whole time just because no one could catch him. William tries to play it cool and says they will just leave, but Happy is already moving. In one sudden burst, he charges straight at the armored giant, sword flashing, and the quiet forest explodes into violence. Steel rings off the knight's shield with a sound like thunder. The armored man mocks him for charging in bare-handed style and claims Happy's knee must be completely shattered from the impact. Happy staggers, limping hard, while William panics and begs him to stop and run. It is already too late. The knight surges forward with brutal swings, red Kool-Aid spraying as the two collide again and again. William can only watch in horror as the fight turns savage and Happy is driven back under the weight of that crushing axe. Blow after blow lands. The knight roars for them to stop while Happy keeps coming, that calm face never cracking even as the forest floor turns chaotic. William finally breaks, shouting that Happy's arena fights never looked this cruel to him. Tears streaming, William confesses everything. He only helped Happy because the arena felt safe and cool from the stands, and because catching that free license let him go back to school. Out here, there is no safety net, and he never wanted to shove his friend toward real danger. Happy takes the apology in silence, then suddenly smirks and drops the act completely. He tells William this whole beaten-down performance is fake, and that he remembers the kid who used to watch him in the arena. Then he launches back at the knight with fresh fire. The knight is stunned that Happy's body is not broken after all. Calmly, Happy starts talking about his former master, Lucatian, a man obsessed with strength who kept throwing stronger and stronger opponents at him just to keep the spectacle going. Because Happy finished fights too quickly, it stopped being profitable, so he learned to pretend to struggle. He analyzed every opponent, provoked them, and created drama on purpose just to stay useful. That fake smile and that endless grit were survival tools long before the arena ever made him a name. He never fought because he enjoyed it. He fought because the alternative was being tortured until he was no more. Now that same instinct lives deep in his body and wakes up the second real danger appears, even outside the arena walls. That is why he keeps swinging. The armored giant presses harder, but Happy's movements grow sharper, almost relaxed. The knight cannot understand how someone who looked finished a moment ago is suddenly reading every swing. Happy is already studying the gaps in that heavy plate. The clash turns into a brutal exchange of power. Happy takes hits, gets slammed, yet keeps rising with that same calm expression while the knight starts to tire and roar in frustration. Scratches cover them both, but only one of them still looks like he has a plan. Both fighters finally slow. Gasping, Happy realizes the armor that once looked unbreakable is now just gone, weight draining the knight's stamina. The only real opening is the lightly protected head, and Happy has been waiting for the moment the giant's legs start to fail. Happy turns to William with quiet honesty. He is grateful his friend protected him earlier and that William is the only person who ever called him a friend. But he never wants William getting hurt for him again. If William still doubts he can win, Happy will erase that doubt right now. The smiling underdog raises his weapon, eyes sharp, and tells the armored giant he is about to witness his full power. The real fight is only just beginning, and the legend everyone underestimated is done holding back. The armored brute towers over our hero and laughs in his face. A broken spear shaft is all Happy has left, and this guy is convinced nothing can get through his armor and shield. Everyone watching thinks the grinning slave is finished before the real fight even starts. Happy does not flinch. That calm, happy face stays locked on as he grips the shattered shaft and charges anyway. The armored giant still thinks this is a joke until the impact lands harder than anything he expected. Shock rips across the knight's face. That broken shaft should have bounced off like every other weapon, yet somehow Happy drives it home. The smile never drops while the armored monster realizes he completely misread the quiet slave in front of him. The brute tries to fight back, but Happy is already inside his guard. One brutal exchange later, the armored fighter is on the ground, gasping, while our hero stands over him, still wearing that unreadable happy face. Full power just came online. Even victory costs him. The more the big man struggles, the deeper the pain digs into Happy. He keeps the smile glued on while his body screams, refusing to let anyone see how close he is to collapsing. From the trees, someone watches the whole thing and mutters the question hanging over everything. Is this really Happy's full power? The answer is still forming, but the underdog just took down a monster everyone else feared. Happy finally drops, not finished, just completely spent and passed out from the pain. Two travelers stumble onto the scene and freeze when they see the armored criminal sprawled out cold. The younger one, William, can barely believe it. He thought this was going to be a proper match, yet the dangerous criminal is already down. Happy, still half conscious, just smiles and claims he was sleepy the whole time. William decides to trust the smiling stranger completely. They check the fallen criminal and realize the broken shaft is still lodged deep. Happy really did finish the job with nothing but scrap and grit. Trying to move the massive body nearly breaks William's back. He grumbles that the guy is unbelievably heavy and figures he should just hurry and report the catch before anything else goes wrong. Night Order soldiers arrive and immediately assume William is the hero who took down the wanted man. They praise the university student who hunts bounties as a hobby, and William, still stunned, just goes along with it. The captain inspects the wound and freezes. There is no red Kool-Aid on the spear tip, no matching weapon anywhere, and the injury does not look like a normal poke at all. Something about this whole fight does not add up. Meanwhile, the Exile Clown crew is furious. Their reputation just got shredded by what they think is a mere student. The leader swears they will never run again and marks William as the next target who needs to be taught a lesson. Back in a noble house, a cold-eyed father questions his son about the same student. That boy's family clawed their way up with money, and now the father wants the bounty hunting hobby shut down before it brings more shame. He hands over a contract and a name. The family business is armed groups and quiet removals, and the order is simple: take care of William. The smiling underdog who actually won the fight has no idea the crosshairs just shifted onto the wrong person. Chapter 10 opens on a kingdom that would rather look away. 3 bodies turn up on the streets, and the officials shut the case the second they see the strange glow. No one wants answers, they just want the problem gone. But Sagar cannot let it go. Those bruise marks look exactly like the ones he has seen on arena fighters. In this kingdom, nobody mourns boys like that. They cheer, and that is exactly what keeps him digging. Meanwhile, at the herbalist house, our smiling slave Happy is still playing the perfect helper. He hauls herbs for grandmother, for Winnie, even for Sagar himself. That calm, happy face never slips while he works himself raw. Grandfather watches and mutters that previous helpers never lasted a week, yet this quiet boy has stayed over a month. He works hard, he just vanishes every night, and that is starting to worry everyone. Winnie finally admits the truth to Sagar. They brought in a slave. He sneaks out only after dark. Money pouches keep appearing under his blanket, and the fact that he came from the arena will not leave her mind. Sagar connects the dots fast. The city arena is gone. Every contestant was finished off. Anyone who walked away had to have backing powerful enough to ignore even the king. Grandmother may have invited a dangerous person under her roof. He offers to pull the slave papers tonight. Winnie agrees, relieved someone is looking. But as Sagar leaves, Grandfather warns him, keep stirring the pot like this and a blade will find him long before the truth does. Night falls. Happy is shaken awake. Inside the house, the whole family has gathered. William has already told them everything. He laid out Happy's entire past like a model student presenting evidence. The famous arena fighter is sitting right there under their roof. Grandmother breaks into tears, grandfather stays silent, and Winnie's fear finally starts to melt. William's story of how he saved this boy and fought beside him turns the dangerous stranger into something else entirely. Morning light hits Happy's face and that signature smile is still plastered on. Winnie cannot understand why he never said a word about the pain that keeps him from sleeping. Why hide the exhaustion behind that cheerful mask? Happy's answer is quiet and devastating. If he is useless, he gets thrown away. That is how it worked in the arena. People like him were disposable the second they stopped being entertaining. The happy face was armor. Winnie shuts that fear down hard. This is not the arena. Grandmother already calls him family. She promises she will cure him so he never has to fight again. Their house will give him a normal life. Trust her. Happy lights up like a kid and pulls out the first thing he ever bought with his own earnings. Winnie freezes. It is a ring. She panics, thinking it is a wedding ring, while Happy just looks completely lost about why she is freaking out. The real gift arrives with William's bounty money. Happy shoves the entire pouch at them, begging them to take it all. He will not fight anymore. They say they can cure him. Grandfather ruffles his hair and calls him their lucky charm. Watching that pure, open smile, Winnie finally understands why grandmother brought home a cute baby from the streets. Pure innocence itself. She writes Sagar a quick note. The misunderstanding is cleared. No need to dig any further. But out in the city, Sagar is still watching. A desperate man bows and begs for one more chance while a cold figure in blue tells him to get up. Sagar's eyes stay locked on the scene. Something about this does not sit right. The blue-coated man walks away, muttering about being followed anyway. Sagar does not blink. Happy may have found a family and a chance at peace, but the shadows of the arena are not done with any of them yet. Next time, the pursuit begins. Chapter 11 drops us straight into the fire. The exile clowns are on the hunt, and the streets are about to learn what happens when the powerful send their dogs after the wrong people. Our underdog's quiet life is getting pulled back into the chaos, whether he wants it or not. A shaky apology hangs in the air for half a second. Then the fists fly. Impact after impact cracks through the alley as the fight erupts with zero warning. Bystanders freeze. Someone demands to know who these attackers even are. The only answer is more violence and a desperate shout of why. The beating does not slow down. A sharp cry of stop cuts through the air, but the man in red keeps coming, every strike loaded with pure spite. Old hatred spills out like poison. The attacker snarls that he never liked this kid from the start and that everything wrong was pinned on him years ago. The past is still swinging punches right now. The words get uglier. They mock him for always trying to climb above his place, for thinking talent alone could earn respect. Power and a good family name are the only things that ever mattered, and a nobody was never supposed to rise. The cruelty peaks. They tell him everyone already hates him and that the world will cheer when he is gone. Then the cold order comes down. Finish him and come outside. The master is waiting. In the quiet after, the truth settles like a stone. This is what authority and power look like up close. Those brigand mercenaries were never just bullying for fun. The nobles put out a real contract. He always dreamed of hunting brigands someday. He just never expected the day to arrive like this. A young bounty hunter steps into the open, ready to face the exile clowns alone. The clowns laugh. So this is the amazing bounty hunter? Just a kid. They promise to drag it out and make every second hurt. On the ground, he gasps that he worked too hard and dreamed of bringing real change, but status was always the wall he could never climb. Just when it looks like game over, a dark-haired woman drops into the fight like a storm. The exile clowns do not even see her coming. One by one, she takes them out of the picture with terrifying ease. The remaining clowns cannot believe it. No way someone like her just erased 5 of their own. She ignores their shock and locks eyes on the downed boy, demanding to know who he is and what this has to do with William. She finishes the last of the sewer rats without breaking a sweat, even tossing a mocking offer of a dog collar. Then she turns back to the boy. Now that it is quiet, they can talk. Is he the exile clown boss or just another underling? The questions cut deeper. Who exactly is William that both the underworld and the nobles want him gone? Whatever the reason, this mess is bigger than she signed up for. She needs to know who was with the young master that day. Pressure turns sharp. Tell her everything or lose the neck. The name William hits like a spark, and suddenly the memory floods back. The smiling boy who protected him, the only person who ever called him a friend, the one he would be crushed to see hurt. That smile, happy face, a former arena slave who clawed his way out and now lives quiet on a farm, still wearing the cheerful mask that hides every scar. His friend knows exactly what he has to do next. Quit the bounty life, deliver the present, and find William before the world closes in again. The legend is about to wake up. Chapter 12 hits like a cold blade to the throat. Two shadows trade quiet words about wiping out an entire bloodline for revenge, and one of them drops the real news. Their boss has already reached the house. The only loose end left is a certain smiling slave everyone underestimates. One of them peels off with a casual order, "Go meet that happy guy." Meanwhile, our hero stands in the dark, heart hammering, still wearing that calm smile even as the noose tightens around the family that once pulled him out of the dirt. Inside his head, the mask cracks. He remembers the family that saved his life, the people who always stood in front of him. He clenches a fist so hard it shakes and spits the bitter truth. If he had been stronger, none of this would be happening. He sees himself on the ground, red Kool-Aid everywhere, begging for it to just end. He hates how he survived alone while everyone else paid the price. Closing his eyes and turning away is exactly why he could never protect them. Something snaps. Right there in the dirt, he makes the vow that will define everything after this. I need to change. Even if it is only a little, even if it is almost too late, he will become strong enough to stand in front of the people he loves. Cut to a quiet house and a man in red who just wants this over with. He left the door open like an amateur and now steel is already swinging. A scream rips through the night as someone hits the floor hard. The man on the ground stares up in pure panic, certain this is game over. He starts babbling, offering to become a dog, anything, just spare him. A cold voice answers with two words that freeze the air: "Get lost." The real power walks in. A man in a red coat appears at the doorway, and the thug immediately drops to his knees, calling him father. One look is all it takes. The entire room understands who actually holds the leash. Watching grown men bow the second a sword appears fills our hero with quiet rage. He realizes that in this world, a pen means nothing. If he wants his voice to reach anyone, he has to grab the blade too. That path can still become one that saves people instead of ending them. Later, under open sky, a familiar face shows up at a quiet home. The family freezes, then pure joy explodes across a young face. It's Happy. He came looking for William, the friend who once dragged him into bounty work. They never bought the story that William was some lone bounty hunter. Of course, a reliable friend had been helping the whole time. Happy drops the real bomb with that same easy smile. He is quitting the dangerous work for good. The little brother lights up at the news. Maybe now the older one will finally play again. The mother agrees it is the smart choice. Bounty hunting is no place for students. Everything feels warm until Happy quietly adds one more fact. I am a slave, though. The room goes gone silent. Shock turns to cold judgment in a heartbeat. How could a slave sit at the same table, attend the same places, pretend he belongs among them? The father's voice turns to ice. A slave is just a slave. Benefactor or not, the line is clear. He orders Happy to disappear and never involve himself with William again. The mother tries to speak up, but the wall is already up. Happy stands there, taking every word with that same unreadable smile, the one that hides how deep the cut goes. Outside, footsteps approach the door. A young voice calls out for his brother, and then a sharper cry cuts the air. Mom! Someone is home, and the fragile peace inside that house is about to shatter. Whatever comes through that door next will decide if Happy's quiet vow to change means anything, or if the world will keep grinding the smiling slave back into the dirt. Chapter 13 drops us straight into a cold-blooded scheme. Shadowy figures are already plotting. If William is not home, they will drag him out by striking his family and leaving a message written in red Kool-Aid. The order is simple and cruel. Finish the parents, then dump the sister in the sewers as bait. The attack hits like a storm. A woman screams as steel flashes. A boy cries out for his mom, while another voice shouts Ellie's name in pure panic. Chaos erupts inside the house, and the family is suddenly fighting for every breath. One of the attackers pins a woman and snarls that he will finish the others first, then come back for her. But a dark-haired fighter in green is already moving, that familiar calm smile still glued to his face even as the room turns into a battlefield. The smiling fighter charges straight into the fray. An enraged man screams that this whole nightmare is the smiling one's fault, while a desperate voice calls out for his honey. Blades clash and red Kool-Aid flies as the underdog refuses to let the family fall. One attacker barks the order to take care of the wife first, then freezes. He realizes the kid they expected is not William at all. From the way this stranger fights and talks, he is the variable they were warned about, the hunter who has been tracking them. The green-clad fighter surges forward with a vicious slash. The attackers scramble, shouting questions about where he is going and who he really is. Every exchange proves they are no longer the hunters. They are the ones being hunted. Steel rings and bodies fly. The smiling fighter weaves through attacks like he already knows every move coming. One opponent mutters in shock that if they drop their guard for even a second, they are finished, because this stranger sees through everything. The attacker tries to stay calm and force the fight back into his own rhythm. He has broken the smiling fighter's flow once, but the underdog just keeps coming, blades flashing in a blur that looks almost like a dance. Then the smiling fighter names it out loud, sword dance. The attacker freezes. How does this nobody know the legendary technique? The happy face only widens as he answers that he knows someone who uses the real thing. He explains the truth behind the style. The arena grandfather who founded sword dance was blind, forced to create endless curves that covered every direction. Lucastian himself dragged that living legend into the arena because the rumors of his skill were too dangerous to ignore. The attacker sneers that the kid only learned an incomplete copy, but the smiling fighter is already moving again, tightening the noose with every step. He talks about leaking in a place surrounded by blades while that calm grin never leaves his face. Suddenly, the fight feels like staring into a mirror, perfectly matching movements, not an inch of difference, only the grip on the sword changing. There is no discord at all, just two fighters locked in the same lethal rhythm. The smiling fighter reveals the secret of true sword dance. Those endless curves are not just defense, they are a trap. The blind grandfather used them to cover every angle until the exact moment he sensed the enemy's position. Then the curve snaps into a single straight line. The real sword dance explodes. Curves vanish into a blinding thrust that tears through everything in its path. The attacker can only scream as the smiling fighter drives the technique home with absolute precision. Red Kool-Aid sprays across the floor. The smiling fighter stands over the fallen opponent while the truth lands like a final blow. Lucastian gathered every legend in the world, and their last fight was always against the same unstoppable force. The happy face never cracked once through the entire storm, but the chapter ends on a darker splash of red and the heavy promise that this fight was only the beginning. Whatever legend just woke up inside that smile is about to change everything in the chapters ahead. Chapter 14 drops us straight into chaos. A desperate man is gasping for air as our smiling underdog has him locked down tight, and the guy is panicking hard. He blurts out the one threat that actually lands. If he gets taken out right here, a girl named Ellie goes with him. That stops everything cold. The man admits they took Ellie and stashed her in the central sewers. Our hero's happy face never cracks, but you can feel the temperature drop as he demands to be taken there right now. The guy has no choice. He agrees to guide him. They tear through the tunnels at full speed. Footsteps echo off wet stone while our hero keeps that calm smile locked in place like nothing in the world can touch him. Deep underground, the real trap is already waiting. A hulking exile clown steps out of the dark and basically confirms it. The sewers are their main hideout, and they plan to lure him here all along. He wants one last look at the face of the boy who walks straight into their nest. What he gets is that signature happy face staring right back, calm and terrifying. But our hero isn't here for a long chat. He drops a quiet apology for the misunderstanding and says he's only moving because of William. Then the weight of everything he's lost hits hard. Even the person who raised him in the arena ended up twisted, and the farm people who once saw him as human are gone too. Still, something new is waking up in him. Out in the world, more people have started calling him human instead of monster. He looks toward the path ahead and makes a quiet promise. Tell William's sister not to worry. He will bring Ellie back and everything will be okay. Cut to the people left behind, completely losing it. William just walked off after hearing that promise, and his friends are furious he wasn't stopped. This isn't some arena match with rules. Heading into the exile clown's nest alone is basically signing up for a one-way trip. They know exactly what the clowns have planned. William is going to be finished off in front of the whole crew as a message. One of them even asks if he's planning to trade his own life for Ellie's. Too late. William is already gone, and someone is racing after him, shouting his name. Meanwhile, the city guard is scrambling. Reports flood in of a man with a sword cutting through the streets, and the identity comes back confirmed. It's William. Then the real bombshell drops. Exile clowns kidnapped a child from William's own family, and he's heading straight for the central sewers. The captain puts it together fast. The exile clowns have been quietly growing into a full company-sized force. They tried to take William out with subordinates and failed, so now they're using his family as bait to make an example of him. Going in alone against nearly 100 of them is pure giving up mission territory. Orders fly. One soldier peels off toward the farm because reports say more clowns are headed there too, trying to split their forces. The rest of the unit gears up to hit the sewers. Everyone knows the clock is ticking and William is already deep inside the trap. Down in the dark, a wall of exile clowns blocks the tunnel. One of them steps forward, glowing green eyes locked on the newcomer, and asks the only question that matters: "Are you William?" The answer comes with that unbreakable happy face, the same calm smile he's worn through every beating and every loss. He looks straight at the army of clowns and claims the name like it's a weapon. "I'm William." Across town, the farm is already under threat. A scout races in, shouting that a vicious exile clown is charging straight for them at impossible speed. Inside the house, a young herbalist is calmly preparing pain relief and sleep herbs meant for Happy, completely unaware of what's about to hit. She freezes when the door flies open. A battered figure collapses in front of her, still catching his breath after running full speed the whole way. He looks up and asks the question hanging over everything: "Why did you come here?" The farm, the sewers, the clowns, and that smiling legend in the making are all about to collide. Chapter 15 drops us straight into the pressure cooker. One of the exile clowns is laughing like this is already over, while another body hits the dirt and Happy stands in the middle of it all, still wearing that calm smile. They came in swinging from the first second, so Happy answers the only way he can. He is going to fight until there's nothing left. For a second, the street looks empty, no one here. Then the reality hits. In these numbers and these circumstances, a fight was always going to explode. Two hard impact sounds crack through the air like a starting bell, and the whole pack of exile clowns draws steel at once. A red tide of blades surges forward. 100 exile clowns versus one smiling slave. Happy plants his feet, sword ready, and the truth comes out of his mouth clear as day. He did not come here to compete this time. He came to save someone. That promise hardens into steel. Happy locks eyes on the girl they are holding and swears he will definitely pull her out of this. Then the clash ignites for real. Green cloak spinning through a storm of red blades as the first wave tries to bury him. The exile clowns roar and press in from every angle, but Happy is already moving like he owns the street. He slips, counters, and turns their numbers against them, while that unshakable happy face never cracks. Every exchange is pure survival turned into skill. Axes and swords rain down. Happy ducks under a heavy swing, answers with a clean strike, and keeps the momentum rolling. The crowd of red fighters starts to feel it. This grinning nobody is not folding the way disposable slaves are supposed to. From the sidelines, the enemy leaders finally catch on. That bastard is deliberately targeting their moving vital points and using the ones already down as living walls. Their own attacks are getting weaker because they are terrified of hitting their comrades. Happy's mind is locked on one goal: he can still save her. The clowns try to stay calm, telling each other to approach step by step, little by little. Their commander snaps and screams to forget caution and just finish that guy so it is over. Too late, Happy explodes through another cluster, red Kool-Aid flying as the formation breaks. One of the clowns stares in pure disbelief. Numerical superiority, hostages, home ground, they had every advantage from the start. So why is everything suddenly flowing the way this smiling fighter wants? Happy answers the only way he knows how. He looks straight at the one still standing and delivers the line that turns the whole street cold. You want to see red Kool-Aid? He will show them. Then he charges again, turning their own aggression into the weapon that cuts them down. In the middle of the chaos, a new voice cuts through. William. He has forced his way into the battle while every exile clown is fixated on Happy's one-man storm. That single opening is all he needs to slip close to Ellie. Happy spots him instantly and barks the order, "Stay back, William." The clowns are stunned that this boy even made it inside. But William did not come to steal the spotlight. He came because the chaos Happy created finally gave him a path to the girl they both need to protect. William reaches Ellie. He wanted to jump in and fight beside Happy even if it cost him everything. Yet all he can do is watch the green blur carve through the remaining clowns. The weight of it hits him hard as he pulls his sister close. Happy's voice cuts through the last of the fighting, calm and absolute. Keep your sister safe. From now on, he will trust William and give everything he has, so William had better trust him too. That happy face is no longer just a mask. It is a promise sealed in the middle of the storm. The street falls quiet. What Happy just showed everyone was never simple fighting or arena competition. It was something far beyond that, a slave who refused to stay down, turning 100 enemies into the first real step of a legend. And the look in his eyes says the climb is only getting started. Chapter 16 drops us straight into chaos. Blades flash, bodies hit the dirt, and right in the middle of it all is our smiling underdog Happy, still wearing that calm, happy face while the world tries to bury him. An archer lines up a shot and freezes. Every time he tries to loose an arrow, Happy is already reacting like he saw it coming. It is no coincidence. The boy everyone wrote off as disposable is reading the entire battlefield. A massive red figure charges in, all raw power and intimidation. Happy does not flinch. He moves like he has eyes all over his body, tracking every blind spot, every angle of attack, that fake smile never leaving his face. At first, the soldiers thought he was just decent with a blade. Then they started to wonder, just how strong is Happy really? The answer is about to hit them hard. Happy locks eyes on the next fighter and the realization lands. No matter who they throw at him, no one can beat that smiling slave. Green blades come swinging and he answers with pure precision. Steel rings, sparks fly, Happy ducks, weaves, and drives his opponents back with relentless pressure. The exile clowns thought they were the hunters. Now they are the ones scrambling. One fighter goes down screaming, another gets slammed aside. Their leader shouts for everyone to fall back, but Happy is already closing the gap, that calm grin still plastered on like a mask of pure defiance. The clash turns brutal. Happy trades heavy blows with the remaining fighters, red Kool-Aid flying as blades connect. He is not just surviving anymore, he is dismantling them piece by piece. A desperate counter comes in hard, but Happy answers with a devastating strike that sends his opponent flying. The exile clowns are getting wiped out by a single smiling nobody, and the battlefield knows it. The last of them crumple. Happy stands over the fallen, breathing hard but still wearing that unbreakable happy face. One fighter gasps that they cannot end like this, yet the fight is already decided. In the quiet after the storm, a voice reflects on the arena. Fighters consumed by hate become something terrible. Happy is told never to live that way, or he will turn into a monster worse than the ones he just finished. The dust settles and the truth hits everyone at once. Happy has defeated the exile clowns, completely alone. The soldiers can barely believe what they just witnessed. Happy is hurt and running on empty, yet he still forces himself toward the farm, holding on to blurry consciousness. Behind him, the rumors explode. A single overzealous soldier becomes the spark that turns one quiet victory into legend. The name spreads like wildfire. William, the true hero of this era, single-handedly annihilated the exile clowns, from the tavern to the market to the university, and finally all the way to the knights and the king himself. But before the official report even finishes, darker memories surface. A commander sits with a man who once cleaned the knight's mess and now leads the kingdom's forces. He remembers another monster from 20 years ago who wiped out an entire company. That old nightmare held a newborn in one hand while finishing a whole unit. The king turned him into a story for cleaning and cast him out. Now a new figure has appeared, and the resemblance is terrifying. The commander demands answers. Who is this new monster really? He's going to find out, and in a quiet corridor, the truth cuts deeper than any blade. If it were a real monster, it would not have left everyone breathing. The only monster here was the one who once tried to take out a little girl. Chapter 17 drops us right into the aftermath. Happy is gasping on the ground, that familiar smile flickering like a candle in a storm while a long-haired mentor shakes him hard. Snap out of it, breathe. The arena just chewed him up again, and the wounds run deeper than anyone wants to admit. The mentor is furious. Those cuts go too far. He warned Happy that last opponent was still out of his league, yet the smiling slave keeps throwing himself at monsters. Happy just lies there, eyes distant, already replaying the lesson the arena keeps teaching him. He sits up anyway, voice quiet but iron hard. The moment he understood what the arena really is, he knew he had no choice. He has to become stronger somehow. The mentor pushes back. Why keep picking fights that only paint a bigger target on his back and raise dangerous expectations? Happy's mind drifts to the nightmare that never leaves him. Every second, he still sees his father vanishing forever, carried off with a blade poked clean through, then tumbling into a black pit that swallowed him whole. That image is the fuel under every reckless choice. He clenches his fists and makes the same vow again. He will not let that happen. His father will not suffer anymore. Happy will face every horror himself. The smile cracks and raw panic pours out. He hates being left alone. That man was the only person he had. In the memory, he clings to the warmth that once made the whole world feel safe. His father was everything. That loss is why the happy face exists, a mask so no one sees how terrified the boy underneath still is of ending up alone again. The memory shatters into chaos. Debris flies, someone screams his name, and Happy is suddenly in the middle of a farm under attack. A green-clad figure bolts across the courtyard while armored raiders close in. This is no arena match. Real people are about to get hurt. A raider whirls on him. "Who are you?" Happy does not answer. He just runs, shouting for everyone to stop, weaving between blades and bodies. The underdog who was fading fast minutes ago is already throwing himself into someone else's fight. Steel flashes. A green blur collides with red armor and the impact rings out. "Catch him!" the raiders yell, but Happy is already moving like the arena trained him for this exact moment. Every dodge is pure survival instinct turned into skill. He snatches a terrified blonde child right out of the path of danger, feet slamming the dirt as he shouts for them to get away. Villagers freeze. For one heartbeat, even the attackers seem stunned that the smiling slave just turned into a shield. Happy drops to his knees and wraps the shaking boy in his arms. "It's okay. Everything's okay. Nothing happened." The same soft voice that once comforted him is now the one he uses on someone else. The happy face is no longer just a mask. It is becoming a promise. A sword tip hovers near them. Happy looks up, then down again, the weight of every choice settling on his shoulders. Somewhere in the quiet that follows, an old memory surfaces. A gentle hand and a voice telling him not to be sad, that someday his world will return. That same hand once wiped his tears and swore the pain would not last forever. Happy rests now under a flickering candle, an apple left beside him like a quiet thank you. Outside, the people who pulled him from the mess debate what he even is, a servant, a slave, something that does not fit any neat role. One of them decides to leave a patrol just in case and head back. Another mutters that things might have been safer for the farm if that slave had never been pulled out at all. Yet they cannot deny they care more than they expected. The exile clown who caused the trouble is too injured to return anytime soon. Night falls and a different group moves in the shadows. Torches cut the dark. A hard voice snaps at someone named Sagar. I told you not to act on your own. Their goal is clear and cold. They came to take out royalty, not to play hero and save random people. One more freestyle rescue and the punishment will be severe. A helmeted figure with glowing eyes stares in silence while the warning hangs in the air. Whatever game these shadows are playing, Happy just stepped into the middle of it without even knowing the rules. Dawn is coming fast. Sunrise breaks over royal banners. A booming voice rolls across the grounds. I come bearing His Majesty's command. The messenger locks eyes on two figures and roars their names. William, Happyface, you are ordered to appear at the castle at once and stand before the king himself. Happy's eyes go wide. The smiling slave who just survived the arena, saved a child, and stumbled into a nest of killers now has a royal summons hanging over his head. Whatever waits at that castle is about to change everything. The climb just got a lot steeper. The royal summons finally lands. William and his quiet porter roll up to the castle gates in a carriage fit for heroes, and the whole kingdom is buzzing about the pair who took down the false glows. For a former slave still wearing that calm, happy face, this is the kind of stage he was never supposed to stand on. Inside, they get William dressed for the moment of a lifetime. Kneel, accept the knighthood, and honor plus wealth will follow forever. Simple. Except William's face says anything but simple. He drops the bomb right there. I'm not qualified. From bounty hunting to the false glows, none of the glory was his doing. Every win belonged to the smiling slave who got summoned with him. William only ran and hid. The officials already know. An illiterate slave jumping straight to full knight would spark noble outrage, so the king's play is smarter. Free Happy first, then park him as William's knight apprentice while the cover story paints William as the brilliant university hero. Ceremony time. William is named a Knight of the Kingdom on the spot. The same order brings the slave who fought beside him forward as his official apprentice. The crowd roars the name. For the first time, Happy stands in the light instead of the shadows. Later, away from the pomp, William can't look Happy in the eye. He blurts out apologies for dragging farm folk into danger and making the whole mess worse. Happy just shakes his head. Everyone made it because William was there. William keeps going. Without Happy, he would have lost his sister and everyone else. That quiet strength isn't just muscle, it's the kind that protects people, and Happy's happy face finally cracks into a real, wide grin. They lock in a promise. Live without losing who they are. Become friends who trust each other completely. From this day, William swears he will never run or hide in front of this friend again. Happy answers with the quietest, heaviest wish yet. If the fake life is gone forever, he wants to become real. Happy asks the only thing that matters now. Teach me how to become strong. William lights up and agrees on the spot. They'll head to the Knight's Hall first, then home, side by side. The welcome at the Knight's quarters is pure poison. Veterans sneer the second they see the collar marks. A slave from an hour ago is suddenly their equal? Unprecedented, unacceptable. One of them steps up, ready to make an example. Steel flashes. The knight lunges straight at Happy, screaming he'll prove the low-born trash is not qualified. William tries to stop it, but the attacker is already past reason. This is the king's decision, and they still want red Kool-Aid. Happy stays calm, even as the insults pile on. Worthless servant, untrained fool. The knight vows to beat the position out of him personally. Happy simply answers that he understands the situation, and he'll finish this quickly. The spar turns vicious fast. The knight swings like he means it, cracking Happy across the jaw and laughing that a slave should feel honored to taste a real knight's blade. Happy's happy face never drops, but every block costs him. Blows keep landing. The knight is faster, meaner, and loving every second of the one-sided beatdown. Happy gets driven back, red Kool-Aid flying, yet something colder is waking up behind that smile. He's not folding. On the sidelines, the truth sinks in. Happy blocked almost everything. The knight only landed one cheap shot and still switched to fists because a real blade would have ended it. That single punch delivers pain Happy has never felt in his entire life, worse than years of training stacked together. Inside the storm of pain, a voice cuts through. Don't be afraid. You came here to win. Surrender to the hurt and you lose fights you could have taken. Endure it. Happy's eyes sharpen. This pain is nothing like the lessons he already survived. The knight keeps taunting, calling him a slave who has no right to any teaching. Happy rises anyway, that trademark smile still glued on, and whispers the only words that matter. Here I come. The next impact is going to rewrite everything these knights think they know. Chapter 19 hits the ground running with pure chaos. A furious superior storms in, yelling at his men for sitting around drinking instead of following orders. These knights were supposed to bring someone important, and now the whole room feels the heat of his anger. The gray-haired commander turns his attention straight to the heart of the matter. He demands to know if there are complaints about him, locking eyes with the young fighters who suddenly look very small. One of them snaps to attention with a panicked denial. The pressure peaks fast. Another sharp denial rings out before a hard thwack lands as a brutal reminder of rank. These are the boys the commander personally acknowledged, and he makes it clear their days of clashing with rough types are over. He lays out the new reality. No heavy training or missions, just quiet knighthood education during kingdom events and knowing their place. But Happy sees the trap immediately. Stay still and his real ability gets exposed, then someone stronger gets dropped in to replace him. Happy pushes back with quiet fire. He asks if he can at least observe the real training from the sidelines. When the commander questions why, Happy does not hide behind the smile this time. He refuses to live a lie that will force him to run or feel ashamed later. The resolve hardens right there. Happy declares he will become someone who breaks better men for real, not just play the fake role the king set up. That happy face is starting to hide a much sharper edge. He turns to William and asks if they stand in the same position. William answers with a simple yes. The two of them made a promise to grow strong together, and neither plans on breaking it. The commander digs into the records and the truth spills out. Happy is the slave Lucatian raised from infancy. Arena contestants used to be only criminals until recently, but Lucatian's files mark Happy Face as a complete unknown. Back when wars filled the arena with strong fighters, Lucatian was right there in the thick of it. If he were still around, he could have spoken about Happy directly. Instead, every record stays sealed under that mysterious name, Happy Face. Talk turns to the old investigation around Lucatian and a strange incident no one fully understands. The commander senses something bigger is circling, like birds of a feather flocking together, but for now he simply grants Happy free observation rights. Alone with his thoughts, Happy feels the change. His whole body starts to tense and awaken again, like a red storm of power building inside. One shared promise and growth is about to turn into real skill. Permission locked in, Happy heads straight into a new life. He is now a free citizen with papers in hand, standing before a kind old couple who treat him like family. Grandmother packs food every day, and the path to train beside William is finally open. From the first day, Happy and William push for growth without mercy. Housework can wait. Children grow up so fast, and these two refuse to waste a single second. William takes the lead, and Happy watches every move like his future depends on it. The sparring gets real. William teaches him to feel the center of gravity through the body instead of just swinging wild. Even at the same speed, the stance alone creates a massive advantage, and Happy drinks in every lesson. growth is not only in the yard. Inside the study, Happy tackles letters and books with the same hunger. A true hero's insight is different, William explains, and Happy's sharp mind starts recognizing patterns at the top level almost immediately. True courage lives in the heart that chooses action, and Happy proves it by learning so fast it almost scares William. Basic knowledge that should take ages clicks into place overnight. The smiling former slave is turning into something dangerous. Night falls without either of them noticing. They sit under the stars, still talking strategy and tomorrow's plans. Happy's quiet promise hangs in the air. He will not fall too far behind. The climb from slave to legend just found another gear, and the next chapter is going to test every bit of that new strength. Night has already swallowed the streets, and the road home is no place to wander alone. 3 days have passed since Happy was summoned by the king, and the people who care about him are still waiting for answers. All he wants is to get back quickly, still wearing that calm little smile like nothing in the world can touch him. A knock cuts through the quiet. The shop is closed, but the voice on the other side is familiar. William has come to collect him on Grandpa's orders. The celebration dinner is waiting, and Happy is not allowed to miss it. Under the lantern light, William lays it out plain. The king himself recognized Happy as a free citizen and appointed him a knight apprentice. In one stroke, the boy who used to own nothing has been lifted into a world that once treated him like dirt. William can barely contain it, an unbelievable rise. Grandma had every reason to drag him home fast. He wants to do something, anything, to match the moment, but Happy just looks at him with that soft, steady smile and says he likes seeing the people he cares about happy more than any gift. The news lands gently. Grandma was overjoyed. The danger passed, and for the first time she believed only good things were coming. William promises he will always stand between Happy and whatever tries to drag him back down. No more overdoing it. From now on, protection is the plan. Happy walks the night path with quiet wonder. This is the first time in his entire life he has allowed himself to expect something good. William checks that he is still taking his medicine and resting. The answer is yes. Things are finally starting to feel lighter. Home is not the quiet family meal anyone expected. The yard is packed. Grandpa has thrown a full feast and invited every soul in the village. Butchers, fruit sellers, blacksmiths, no one left out. Happy stands in the middle of it all, that familiar smile still in place while the crowd presses in. The money question hangs in the air. Happy never received any reward when the king made him a knight apprentice. That means every cup raised tonight, every plate of food is coming straight from Happy's own pocket. The village is celebrating him with his own hard-won coin, and they do not care one bit. The elder lifts his cup and the whole place erupts. To Happy, who will become a kingdom knight, cheers crash through the night. For a boy who once wore a collar, this roar of belonging hits harder than any blow he has ever taken. His happy face stays bright, but something deeper is settling behind it. Then the tone shifts. An older voice cuts through the laughter with hard truth. Becoming free does not erase the past. The fact that Happy was once a slave will follow him like a shadow, and there will always be people ready to curse his name. This feast is not just celebration, it is a line in the sand. Happy is family now. Cursing him means cursing every person at this table. They organized the gathering so he would finally feel what it means to eat together, to belong. The boy who hid everything behind a smile is being claimed in public, and the village will not let anyone forget it. William steps forward, voice tight. He wants to apologize for every harsh word and every moment of rudeness. The weight of his own family and his own foolishness finally hit him. He is truly sorry. Happy looks at him, and for once the smile softens into something real. Happy answers without anger. He never hated William. It is okay. A young girl presses a handmade embroidery into his hands, her own quiet thank you for the day he saved her. Around them, the glasses rise again. For one night, the underdog is surrounded by people who finally see him. Not everyone is smiling. Off to the side, Sagar watches the old man with pure disgust, muttering that the sight makes him sick. A quiet promise is made. If Sagar ever pulls off something great, he will get a feast of his own. The alcohol runs dry and someone steps away to fetch more, leaving the bitterness hanging in the air. Away from the firelight, the real conversation begins. The date is set. 2 months from now, during the Kingdom Knights tournament ceremony, every eye in the realm will be watching, and on that day, while the crowd cheers, the plan to take out the king will finally be carried out. Hooded figures seal the deal in the dark. Happy is still at the feast, smiling among people who finally call him family, completely unaware that the path to the arena and the throne is already being twisted by knives in the shadows. The happy face just earned its first real night of peace. The next storm is already on the calendar. The Knights Order tournament is here, and the stakes could not be higher. Every year, the top 10 official knights and the top 10 apprentice knights get locked in for the matches that decide everything. For an apprentice, this is the ultimate honor and the fastest road to becoming a real knight. That makes the competition among apprentices brutally fierce. The selection evaluation is the gate everyone has to pass, and the host family is pouring everything into making this tournament their stage. One arrogant apprentice is already treating the whole thing like his personal show. He calls Happy over like a dog and sneers about how unpleasant it would be to share the stage with a stinking slave. His friends pile on, laughing about the last time they sparred with Happy. They claim he just kept taking the hits like a mouse until pride forced one weak punch out of him. To them, he is still nothing. Then the real trap springs. For the first time, a liberal arts exam has been added to the selection evaluation. Knowledge level now decides who even gets to fight. Someone like Happy, they say, will never qualify. A so-called gift appears, the answer sheet for the exam, slipped to Happy so the host family can keep their perfect record. Happy looks at it, calm smile still in place, and simply refuses. He does not need their cheat. The nobles cannot believe it. They push harder, talking about family honor and first place. Happy just keeps that unreadable happy face and walks away from their beautiful picture. Alone, Happy studies the real problem. The exam is designed to look down on people like him, but he can already predict the questions by reading the examiner's intentions. That same mind that once kept him first in every classroom is waking up again. 1 week later, the results hit like a thunderclap. Happy has passed the liberal arts exam. The list of successful candidates has his name on it, and the noble families who scored lower are losing their minds. Outrage explodes. How could a mere slave outscore their sons? They scream he must have cheated. Even the ones who once watched Happy study late into the night cannot accept what just happened. But the authorities who graded the subjective answers saw something else entirely. In Happy's responses, they found the exact values and tactics of the old war heroes. Power used to protect people, not to break them. Tactics for saving life. One examiner stares at the paper and asks the question hanging over everything. Is that boy happy? Pressure comes down to bury the score, yet a special bonus point still lands. Someone has decided this slave's answers matter. That same man faces Happy directly. He admits he once hoped the boy would stay out of the Knights tournament to avoid chaos. Seeing the real Happy changed his mind. He finally understands why Lukashtian risked everything to protect this smiling slave. Meanwhile, William is ready to quit the selection evaluation. With his current skills, he believes his true identity would be exposed the moment he steps up. Happy watches him, that calm, happy face never slipping. Outside, other apprentices mock a fighter's trash-level posture, not realizing they are looking at a perfect copy of William's own habits. William freezes. Seeing his flaws thrown back at him hits harder than any lecture. Happy does not waste the moment. He offers to spar by fighting exactly like William, mirroring every mistake so the corrections become impossible to ignore. 1 month remains until the evaluation tournament, time to turn weakness into a weapon. William hits the ground hard, staring up in shock. Happy stands over him with that same unreadable smile and delivers the line that changes everything. You showed me it was possible, so now it is my turn. The path to the arena legend just opened wider. Chapter 22 opens on a rare, quiet moment for William. No brutal drills today, and for once the air feels almost comfortable. But comfort never lasts long in his world, and the sparring ground is already calling. He stays light on his feet, keeping everything inside a predictable range. The opponent comes in hard, and suddenly the yard erupts with clashing blades and raw momentum. William's happy face never slips, even as the pressure mounts. Timing is everything. One late reaction and the exchange turns against him. Invalid attacks only burn stamina, so he has to dodge, defend, and measure distance all at once. Every second is a lesson written in steel. After trading blows directly, something clicks. William finally understands the real game. It is not just swinging harder. It is a living puzzle of moves, feints, and answers, and he is starting to read it. Now he fights while predicting every step and building a strategy on the fly. The fog lifts, he can see the patterns clearly for the first time, and that calm smile of his suddenly looks a lot more dangerous. An opening appears. The opponent lunges, certain the attack will land. William reads it instantly. That thrust is a trap. The real answer is the counter, and he takes it without hesitation. Steel meets steel. The opponent freezes, realizing too late that the slash was only a disguise for a thrust. William has been playing a deeper game the whole time, and the happy face never once gave it away. Victory, again. That makes 313. William stands there with the same bright, unshakable smile while the other side can only stare. Congratulations, William, but how is this even possible? The margin was paper thin once more, yet William keeps climbing. For an entire month, he has forced rematch after rematch. What shocks everyone even more is Happy, who has perfectly copied William's mistakes, habits, strategies, and even the shoulder injury. With the evaluation tournament one day away, the order comes to rest. William is told straight he cannot enter. At the ceremony, he is supposed to sit beside the king and simply watch. The evaluation itself is called meaningless for him. The real fear is exposure. 1 month of training is nothing against true knights. If William steps into the ring, his skills will be laid bare, yet he refuses to back down. He wants the evaluation precisely because he knows he is still insufficient. They call him stubborn, but the next morning the evaluation tournament begins anyway. Crowds gather. Hero William is announced against the Knight's Order Rank 2. It is supposed to be a simple evaluation match, nothing more. The orders from the sidelines are clear. Go easy, finish it fast, do not let suspicions grow. After all, everyone believes William has barely held a sword. His enthusiasm is said to far exceed his actual skill. They have no idea what is coming. The match starts messy. The knight jumps early, nerves showing, and has to apologize. It is the classic first-timer mistake. Then the real exchange begins, and suddenly the entire yard falls silent. William's level is nothing like they were told. Blades flash. The commander never saw it coming. The words William once spoke about becoming someone who breaks neither pen nor sword are coming true far faster than anyone dreamed. Only Happy truly understood what was being built. The more Happy imitated William, the closer that swordsmanship came to perfection. Unique, unreadable. By the end, even the knight admits it was hard to keep up. And there it is again, that bright, unbreakable Happy face, now the face of a rising legend. The evaluation is only the beginning. Welcome back to the evaluation tournament, where our smiling underdog is right back in the thick of it. Wooden blades flash as the crowd watches what is supposed to be a simple rules explanation match. Everyone still sees a calm, cheerful slave boy. They have no idea what is waking up behind that happy face. The commentators are already underestimating him. Not particularly fast, not particularly strong. Then the exchange begins, and every single decision he makes is razor sharp. Perfect timing, perfect distance, the kind of judgment you only get from surviving the worst the world can throw at you. One moment it looks like ordinary sparring, the next he drops his stance and the whole rhythm of the fight flips. It is so smooth the spectators can feel the experience pouring off him. People start whispering, is this really just a rules match? Neck and neck. Both fighters look lethal serious, yet something feels off. If our boy wanted to, he could end this with one clean move. Instead, he keeps the pressure just high enough to test, never high enough to finish. The opponent finally snaps. Even if he is lacking, he wants the smiling slave to go all out. He roars that he will give everything he has. For a second, the happy face slips and something colder looks back. Then just like that, the match is called. Mutual salute. The rules explanation bout is over. Our boy walks away with that same calm smile, but the people watching know they just saw something that did not belong in a simple demonstration. Afterward, the talk turns honest. He fought better than anyone expected after only a month of real training. Still, he stopped at the perfect moment. Pushing further would have been too much. The happy face hid just how carefully he was measuring every exchange. William, the knight who has been training him, takes the loss with quiet dignity. There were chances to finish earlier. Maybe William was waiting for a strong attack so he could counter with everything he had left. The boy simply never gave him that opening. Nearby, a loudmouth noble cannot stop talking about the match. Ever since he watched that smiling boy fight, he has felt a weird fondness mixed with pure irritation. That calm, happy face makes it impossible to stay properly angry. Word spreads fast. William is looking for more sparring partners. Suddenly, half the training ground wants in. Knights, servants, loud nobles who would never normally lower themselves. The smiling slave has become the hottest ticket in the yard. Not everyone is happy about it. Some of the higher-ups sneer at the idea of a lowly servant receiving real knight training. They watch the field like predators deciding which piece of livestock to pick off first. Trumpets blare. The next round of evaluations is about to begin. One arrogant fighter steps forward, licking his lips, already salivating about how he is going to take the smiling boy apart. He calls him filth. He calls him livestock. Then the challenger drops a question that freezes the air. When you fought that other guy, did you really beat him like a rat? Our boy's happy face stays perfectly in place, but something sharp flickers behind the eyes. The challenger admits he watched the earlier match. He felt something strange, like the boy was holding back the entire time, like he was the only person standing in an entirely different world from everyone else on that field. He cannot explain the discomfort. Every time he looks at that calm, smiling face, he gets the same dark feeling. Well, he says with a grin, we will find out the truth in this next match. Our boy stands ready, wooden sword in hand, that famous happy face locked in place like armor. The real lesson is about to begin, and this time holding back might not be an option. Chapter 24 drops us right into the real lesson. William pulls Happy aside before the evaluation tournament and lays it out cold. No tricks, no holding back, pure swordsmanship only. If the judges don't see proper form, they will never acknowledge a former slave, no matter how good he actually is. William's order is simple and ruthless. Dominate from the first second. Show them something they have no choice but to respect. Happy listens with that same calm smile, already calculating how this stage was built just for him to flip every low opinion upside down. The match begins. Happy steps up with a wooden practice sword and a stance that actually looks clean. His opponent, a cocky apprentice knight, laughs it off and tells him the path is open. Big mistake. Happy answers with textbook basic technique and a sudden thrust that forces the guy back. The apprentice tries to overwhelm him with raw power, shouting and swinging wild. Happy just slips the attack and stays light on his feet. One clean exchange later and it is already over. Perfect score, full marks, heart and head both tagged. The crowd goes silent while the referee stares in disbelief. The whole thing was that clean. But the referee was bought. He took a lifetime bribe to keep the match going so the apprentice could scrape a decision win. Even a tiny graze would flip the points. The crooked call comes down. Continue. The apprentice loses it, screaming that he was careless and now he will show real skill. Happy just watches with that unreadable happy face, already knowing William trained him for exactly this kind of cheap shot. The guy lunges with the only trick he knows. Happy dodges the thrust like it is nothing, then answers with a flurry that drops him hard. Belt comes loose, match paused, and the apprentice is left gasping on the ground, wondering what just hit him. Spectators start whispering. The gap in basic skill is ridiculous. Happy is dominating with nothing but clean thrusts, performing way beyond every expectation. Anyone watching can see this is a perfect victory. Happy stands over his beaten opponent and quietly tells him to get up. He does not finish it. Instead, he delivers the real cut. He has watched everyone train for a month, and this so-called top apprentice is bottom tier. The fighting spirit everyone feared is already broken. That last insult snaps the apprentice completely. He charges in a blind rage. Happy meets him head-on, wooden sword cracking against steel until the blade itself snaps. Game over. The final inspection was already prepared the moment this guy tried to provoke him. Happy even offers a fist fight if the guy still wants more. The referee has no choice left. Happy wins. The crowd erupts while the broken apprentice stays down. One former slave just rewrote the entire evaluation. But William is not done teaching. Winning alone is never enough. He makes Happy understand that true strength must carry the responsibility and restraint of a real knight. Look around, he says, see what your power actually does. Happy turns. One by one, the people around the field drop to their knees. 2 more. The entire crowd acknowledges him, not as a slave, as someone who just earned their respect the hard way. And there it is, that famous happy face breaks into the biggest, brightest grin yet. The boy everyone dismissed just forced an entire knight order to bow. The smile is no longer just a mask, it is a victory flag. The real lesson is over, but the climb is only getting steeper. Next time, the realm of awe is waiting, and Happy is walking in with every eye finally watching. You do not want to miss what comes after a win like this. Chapter 25 explodes open in pure tournament chaos. Happy, that calm smile still locked on his face like armor, casually requests the next duel while half the apprentices start shouting they want a shot at him too. His last opponent already forfeited, and the whole evaluation has turned into a circus. The host storms off cursing while jealousy and excitement rip through the crowd of apprentices who suddenly refuse to stay quiet in their ranks. Everyone feels it. They want the old order overturned. The crowd roars for one more match, chanting that they have to see Happy fight again, and the officials finally give the word to proceed. A composed blonde swordsman steps forward. He already knew the previous guy was all hot air and never even close to Happy's real level. He demands a proper duel and tells Happy to come at him with everything. Watching from the side, people realize Happy suddenly looks like a completely different person. Stern, focused, every bit of that cheerful mask hiding a fighter who is starting to inspire the entire field. Blades clash hard. Happy meets the challenge head-on, steel ringing as the two trade fierce blows right in the center of the arena. The Happy face never slips even as the pressure ramps up. The blonde fighter is stunned. Every one of Happy's movements flows together cleanly. This is nowhere near apprentice level. It looks like a tower built on rock-solid foundations, and now there is nowhere left to run. From pure defense, Happy shifts into sharp counters and clean attacks. The opponent has to admit it out loud. This skill is not ordinary, but he can still tell it was learned in a hurry, and his own foundation is far more solid. He stops holding back. Perfect swordsmanship with zero flaws, the kind you only see inside the real Knight Order, comes crashing down on Happy as the duel hits its peak. One brutal exchange later, Happy is on the ground. Someone yells that his head got taken clean off. Then the same voice laughs it off. Just kidding, he only fainted for a second. That stubborn Happy face is still right there when he sits back up. In the quiet after the clash, the truth sinks in. Every stance Happy used was flawless, every movement textbook perfect. The only real problem? He keeps repeating the exact same swordsmanship both of them already know from daily drills. Real legends are born from the unexpected. Happy's perfect form didn't collapse under pressure, it shattered the old mold completely. The bigger picture is already shifting around him. Back with the others, Happy quietly apologizes to William for fighting his own way. William just smiles. Happy already proved more than enough, and somehow a whole crowd of new sparring partners has shown up ready to train with him. Official word lands. Happy is confirmed for the tournament. The ceremony is tomorrow and the whole group is buzzing. What to wear, how to cheer loudest for their brother Happy, even planning a meat feast to celebrate. Meanwhile, a quiet master hands over a small amulet, a reward for enduring so much. It is meant to guard against restless spirits. The young man accepts it with thanks, already sensing it is exactly what the coming days will demand. Far from the arena, fog rolls through the trees as armored knights freeze. An assassin's strike has already dropped their brothers. One survivor screams for the others to race back and warn the kingdom, while a lone figure in black walks on, eyes glowing, ready to finish the king alone. 50 days ago, right after the Exile Clown's boss got locked away, the dust still hasn't settled. A royal got thrown into the arena, and the only question anyone can ask is who did it. The air is thick with blame and unfinished business. Luke Ashton is right in the middle of it as fists and steel start flying. The hits land hard and fast, but the story everyone expects is already falling apart. It wasn't that noble. For reasons of his own, he never actually went through with it, yet he still stoked the king's fury and closed the whole case by taking himself out of the picture. Just like that, the incident is officially buried. But the real players aren't finished. They're still hunting the true culprit. Who exactly is this we? The king already shut the book. Who are they to keep prying it open? The fight explodes again. G-Drock, the armored man, drops every pretense. They had a plan to bring down the entire royal family, and you can tell right away he was never part of any knight order. Someone else touched the royals first and ruined everything. Their hidden identities nearly got exposed in the chaos. Now the order rings out clear. Search everywhere and drag the real culprit into the light. If they hadn't found a fallen royal and carefully steered the investigation, the entire ruckus and the bigger plot would have collapsed on the spot. Assassins are already hiding in every shadow of the kingdom. Even without him, the kingdom was rotting from the inside. They offer glory for the truth. If it wasn't him, then who exactly hunted that royal? Kalina, she did it, and she was never a real exile to begin with, just an outsider who walked straight in and said she wanted a piece of taking out the king. Let me join too, should I call you boss? They raided her castle and she vanished like smoke. Somewhere in the fallout, another soul gets sold straight into the arena. A panicked voice insists I'm a royal. Why is she targeting the royal family at all? She told them nothing. Revenge, a contract, a spy, whatever she hides stays locked behind that calm face. Why does anyone need a reason to finish a pig? You do it when you're hungry. Out in the woods, the trail finally catches up to her. They should have tracked her down a long time ago. And here she is, causing trouble all over again. Who are you? Do I know you? The night closes in, but this is about to become anything but a clean arrest. Chains scream through the air, blades flash and the forest erupts. That is not night-issue gear. She fights like a force of nature, and the armored man suddenly realizes he is in real trouble. The clash turns vicious. What's with that face? Is hurting yourself your hobby? He presses harder, but she is no knight, and she belongs to a group that shares the exact same goal he does. Besides the Exile Clown, someone else is already hunting royals. If she keeps making noise, bringing the royals down becomes impossible. Security will only get thicker. The king's end has been planned for ages, and it is about to happen. Trust is thin, so she makes the offer. Let me join the plot and I stay quiet until the day comes. Her old ship is sinking. When a new one appears, she boards it. That decision belongs to the cult leader alone. Follow me. In the red dark, the cult leader accepts her without hesitation. Fear not, I acknowledge you and accept you. Go to my son and become a true servant. Son? The name lands like a stone, Sagar, and just like that, the villainess has a new master and a new mission. Back in the present, a quiet laborer claims he is only here for a few days' pay. Until the question hits, "You're the son?" He decides to stick around until tournament day. Only 3 days left on the clock. The nobles are losing their minds. Slaves and commoners suddenly joining the tournament? It is an insult to every bloodline in the room. Yet William is different. He beat the exile clown who hunted nobles. The churches rushed to sponsor him, and his family is practically noble now. But what if the whole story is fake? What if they have been played? One cold voice cuts through the panic. In that case, would you join a plan to crush William completely at the ceremony? 3 days. The arena is waiting, and the underdog at the center of it all has no idea how many knives are already pointed his way. The powerful are losing their minds. All of William's so-called achievements? Fake. Every victory, every moment of glory carried on the back of one unqualified arena slave leading from the shadows. Words carry weight, and these nobles know it. The son has already pieced it together, not just William, but the smiling slave named Happy who made the whole legend possible. The cracks keep spreading. William never even held a sword. The remaining guards were trained by that same slave. Quietly, more people than expected already know Happy's name from the arena. He was famous down there. Then came the Royal Wrath incident that nearly finished him, and everyone who knew went silent to stay clear of the fallout. The nobles reached their verdict. Do not pull down the slave. Pull down the fake hero. William is already in the Night Order. Touching him risks insulting royal authority. So they cook up something uglier, a staged kidnapping on tournament day. Force him to step up or brand him a coward forever. If he freezes, he is finished as a hero. If he moves, the Night Order gets dragged into a mess with nobles' lives on the line. Either way, the fake collapses and Happy falls with him. The plotters smile. The kids nearby just hear good news and cheer. Meanwhile, our boy is living a completely different day. Chestnuts raining down, a little fire, roasted snacks shared with Ellie and the blonde kid who cannot stop laughing. For once, the happy face is not armor, it is just a kid enjoying falling leaves. Ellie admits she only came to play with brother Happy. The blonde watches them with quiet fondness, then walks Happy home under the trees. Tomorrow is the tournament. How does he feel? Happy says he is good, happier that everyone is coming to watch, but the blonde knows the truth. The Night Order was never what Happy wanted. His whole life has been unwanted battles. The pain is healed. The old reasons are gone. The arena was different. People kept saying no one wanted him there. Here, everyone stays. There is a future where they can all change. That is why Happy likes it. 20 years of hard-won peace. No big fights where people are finished. Just grandma buying meat and a quiet walk home. Tournament day arrives, flags over the town. An old traveler appears with a letter left by the late Lord Lucasian, Happy's former master, the arena owner himself. He will hand it to no one else, only Happy is allowed to read it. The messenger came from beyond the empire. Happy is no longer a slave, they tell him. He is a knight apprentice now. Still, the old man refuses. Orders were clear. Meet the boy personally. The letter stays sealed until Happy's eyes alone open it. 1 hour until the tournament. The king frets over missing princes and princesses. The captain stays calm. The duke went to fetch them. Keep good posture. On the field, Happy stands with his friends, looking every bit the rising knight while Ellie beams up at brother Happy. The nobles are nowhere in sight because the fake kidnapping is already rolling. They are pretending to be taken at a hideout so the Night Order will have no choice but to move. The trap for William is set. The tournament grounds fill with people who have no idea. Inside the castle, a servant knocks. Prince, the tournament is about to begin. Surely you are not still sleeping. The door opens on something far darker than a late riser. A figure in a red cape stands over a spreading pool of red Kool-Aid, hand outstretched, the room silent and wrong. Whatever the nobles planned, something else is already moving in the shadows, and Happy, smiling on the tournament grounds, has no idea the day of gathering just turned into a day of reckoning. Chapter 28 drops us straight into the shadows. Someone has been quietly following Knight William, watching him gather mercenaries and climb higher than anyone expected. The question hanging in the air is simple and dangerous. Why did this guy ever get attacked back at the farm in the first place? Word is William became a knight the hard way, stacking achievements until the nobles started pulling strings around him. The people watching him insist he never used to be the type who played these games. Something bigger is moving behind that rise. One of the watchers admits he once thought about finishing William himself, yet the knight simply walked away. Past actions still bother them. William even helped with bounty money, tying himself too deep into this mess to be a random player. The long-haired operative just smiles that calm little smile and calls it his style, his preference. He looks at the nervous one like a scared puppy. Then the order drops. Time to work. Guard the escape route and stay sharp. Chaos erupts the second someone breaks formation. Blades flash and the whole plan nearly unravels. The mercenaries were hired by the nobles to stir up a disturbance, but the real goal is a royal takedown. Going off script is not an option. Tempers flare as they argue over the mission. One insists the only target is the royal assassination. The other fires back that a clean job would use bait and traps, not a daylight spectacle where everyone can see. This is starting to look like something far uglier. The truth hits hard. This is not a quiet removal. This is a full-scale rampage. The long-haired one warns against wild assumptions and asks if the other is still the naive kid who only ever followed daddy's orders. The real directive came from a colleague, and it carries a much darker phrase. He drops the bomb. Maybe daddy is the one deceiving everyone, planning to swallow the whole kingdom. Then he simply turns and walks. No more debate. He is going to start the operation right now, and the others better hurry. The plan narrows to one name. Finish William and the rest will fall into place. With noble lives on the line, no one should act rashly. They will handle William quietly, disappear, and let the bigger scheme roll. But something already feels off. Meanwhile, a noble clutches his stomach, desperate for a bathroom. A helpful guide leads him toward a portable toilet set far from prying eyes. The food earlier looked wrong, and now the pain is unbearable. A private spot seems perfect, until it is not. The trap springs, a sharp strike drops the target, and the fake rescue turns into a full kidnapping. Hooded figures announce they have every noble locked down. They shout for Knight William to come down and duel, or the hostages pay the price. A frantic messenger claims he barely escaped to warn everyone. The knights hesitate, calling the attackers lowly bandits and urging William to step forward like the hero who once took on 100 foes. But the acting is so bad it is almost insulting. In the stands, the crowd thinks it is just another tournament spectacle. Then the real swords come out and the realization sinks in. This is no show. It is the noble's own scheme spinning out of control, and everyone is suddenly in the crossfire. His Majesty is told there is no need to step in, yet the long-haired operative who followed William arrives, takes one look at the mess and sighs. Stupid bastards. Whatever the original plan was, it has already gone sideways. Steel flashes, a hostage takes a brutal hit, and the screams tear through the air. The attackers demand William come down right now or the entire place becomes a slaughterhouse. The calm mask is gone. This is an open threat. And the long-haired one just smiles that quiet, happy face and decides the feast might as well start early. Expected chaos is here. Finish anyone who tries to run. Take the royals first. Then the real day of Rampage begins. The tournament is about to turn into something no one will forget. Chapter 29 drops us straight into the weight of old wounds. Kalina stands before a sea of soldiers, sword in hand, the memory of 3 heads she once cut off still burning behind her eyes. Driven by her family's suffering at the hands of the nightmare, she made a cold vow: when revenge comes, the entire bloodline gets wiped out. That hunger for payback forged her into something sharp and merciless. She wants nothing more than to crush her enemies completely, to leave nothing standing. But somewhere along the way, she decided to focus only on what she could control with her own blade. Meanwhile, our boy Happy is still wearing that calm smile, asking if they can run the plan one more time. He steps up to the king and drops a quiet truth. He's glad they came to him first instead of his family. The stakes are already life or the end, and everyone knows it. The king carries the burden of every choice. Even if he doesn't step forward, someone else will be finished anyway. As always, he has to pick a path and simply hope this one is right. That unbroken will from a so-called child's stubbornness is starting to look like something far more dangerous. Out in the arena, the question hangs heavy. Did William train expecting exactly this moment? If you live a lie long enough, the day always comes when you have to prove yourself. The crowd has no idea the smiling slave is about to rewrite the script. Then the real crisis explodes. Kidnapped nobles are on the line. One hand signal and every single one of them is finished. Panic rips through the schemers as someone screams to cancel the whole plan before it all goes sideways. The faceplay just became brutally real. Lives are on the line right now. People start realizing the guy they brought in with only gloves might actually be about to go down for good, and nobody knows how the script got this twisted. Orders fly, quietly guide the rescue, follow without a sound. But Happy is told that not stepping forward might be the smarter play. If every noble is lost because of him, the blame will never end. Still, that smile doesn't crack. William looks straight ahead, sword ready, and makes his choice out loud. He will definitely win. That happy face is no longer just a mask, it's a declaration. Across from him, Kalina is already waiting. She acknowledges his skills have improved, but warns he won't even show half his real ability here. Kalina came because she missed the trembling puppy that used to tuck its tail. She tells him he's already buried in fear and asks if he's gotten too drunk on playing hero. William's answer is simple: shut up. He vows to finish her somehow and even gives a nod to the Night Order's training. Kalina just smiles and decides she'll play with him a little. The blades come out and the real test begins. Steel clashes hard. Kalina presses with ruthless speed, forcing William back step after step. Every opening he thinks he sees gets shut down. The first move is blocked. Now he has to think of the next one and answer before she ends it. She keeps coming. No mercy, no pause. William is driven into the dirt, scrambling, barely keeping his blade up. Kalina tells him he wouldn't have lasted if she hadn't held back. For a second, it looks like the smiling underdog is about to be completely overwhelmed. None of his moves are landing. The fear starts to show. Kalina walks away almost casually, calling him a scared puppy all over again and promising she won't finish him. She raises her sword for the final lesson, and that is exactly when everything flips. Counterattack. William explodes forward with a sudden poke that catches her completely off guard. The impact lands hard. That wide, brilliant smile spreads across his face like he planned every second of the terror. Even the fear was a calculated move. The happy face that everyone dismissed just turned into a weapon. Kalina wanted a trembling puppy. What she got is a legend in the making who refuses to stay down. Next chapter, the arena is going to find out exactly how far that smile can take him. Chapter 30 opens right in the aftermath of the clash, and the arena is still ringing with the shock of it. One fighter is down hard on the dirt while the other stands over him, blade ready, and the whole crowd is roaring welcome like nothing can touch the spectacle. But our guy William just flipped the script on everyone who thought he was still that trembling slave. Across the stands, a long-haired man watches with pure disbelief. Moments ago, William was shaking, yet now he's the one who closed the distance and forced the fight. That calm, happy face is starting to look a lot less harmless. William knows exactly how arrogance opens a gap. He has watched enough overconfident fighters leave themselves wide open, and he used that lesson the second the chance appeared. Now the loser is dizzy, swearing, and the whole plan is falling apart. The hired thugs start begging. They were never real exile clowns, just actors paid to mess William up on the noble's orders. The contract is broken, the duel is lost, and suddenly they are screaming for mercy while the crowd turns ugly. One of them snaps and points the finger hard. It is all a frame-up, lies stacked on lies, and the nobles who hired them never intended to keep a single promise. The king's men demand they be finished on the spot for the dishonor. They confess everything in a panic, claiming the whole attack was just an act they were paid to perform. But the damage is done, and somewhere in the royal box a quiet dread is already spreading. The king himself senses it first. Something is wrong. The princes, the princesses, the dukes, even the queen who stepped away for a moment, every single one of them has vanished from the stands. The royal box is empty. The troops that should be guarding the rear are gone too. The commander gathered men and left to hunt the missing nobles, and now no one can reach him. A knight races out with orders to drag the commander back immediately. The king has a bad feeling crawling up his spine, and a white bird takes flight over the fields as if carrying the warning itself. The bird finds the search party, but what waits for them is nightmare fuel. The commander is down in a pool of red Kool-Aid, soldiers scattered, and a single bloodied figure stands over the wreckage. This was never the work of a few exile clowns. The surviving knight realizes another force is hiding in the shadows, one strong enough to wipe out an entire detachment and then simply vanish. There is no time left. They have to race back to the tournament grounds and sound the alarm. Back in the arena, the long-haired man pulls William aside. He tried to get him out earlier because he actually liked the kid, but the real danger is already inside the walls. Everyone here is about to face something far worse than a fixed duel. The exile clowns are finished for good, yet that only cast a bigger shadow. William brought the arena down and drove the clowns out, and now a day of slaughter has begun. The king is the first target, and after him, every soul in the stands. Chaos erupts like a storm. Spears flash, the king is rushed, nobles and commoners alike start dropping as panic rips through the crowd. Weapons are gone, traitors are mixed in among the guards, and people are screaming for anyone to save them. William stands in the middle of the red Kool-Aid soaked sand while the world he just started climbing collapses around him. An old voice declares a new world has arrived, and the happy face that carried him this far is about to be tested like never before. As the long-haired man tells him to run and the arena turns into pure survival, William's smile flickers one more time. The slave who clawed his way into the light just watched the entire stage catch fire, and next chapter, that fire is coming straight for him. Chapter 31 drops us straight into chaos. A kingdom is falling, steel is clashing, and a desperate voice is screaming for His Majesty not to lose consciousness while the cult's forces tear through everything in their path. The last defenders are getting overwhelmed. One of them tries to rally, but the message from the other side is cold and final. The kingdom is already conquered, except the end. A black-clad figure cuts through the knights like they are nothing. This is not a fair fight. This is a purge, and the cult is making sure no one walks away with the truth. One of the survivors cannot understand how so many traitors slipped inside without anyone noticing. The answer is simple and terrifying. They were never traitors. They were bound by faith the whole time. No matter where they lived or what life they pretended to lead, they always served him. They have been waiting for the day he returns, ready to paint the land with red Kool-Aid the moment he walks upon it again. The truth finally clicks for one of the knights. He now knows their identity. Long before any of them wore armor, this religious order was founded around a single, terrifying figure, a demon strong enough to be called a god. They believed that demon would end every war and build a new order. When the empire started crumbling, the remaining powers united out of pure fear. Then the demon vanished without a trace, and the world rewrote the story. A broken knight still believes he was the one who finished that demon, but the man telling the story knows better. The moment an entire knight order was wiped out by one person, he was certain the demon had returned, so he buried the truth and turned that knight into a liar. It was a terrible choice, but he made it anyway. If that demon ever reappeared, the kingdom would face its end. By hiding the truth, they thought they were safe. Instead, they became the perfect target, and the cult sacrificed an entire kingdom just to call the demon back. Young Sagar stands in the aftermath, staring at the burning fields. Everything he believed was righteous, every judgment he thought came from above, might have been nothing more than a ritual to summon that vanished demon. He turns on the cult leader, demanding answers. Is that demon truly close to God, and has his own father been hiding this the entire time? The bald man in red does not flinch. He simply tells Sagar it is time to head to the castle. The cult leader explains that someone has been waiting for Sagar, hoping he would finally accept their existence. The remaining forces will finish the cleanup and follow. Sagar's path is set. This is no longer a choice. Sagar walks toward the great cathedral under a dark sky. Inside, the cult leader places a hand on his shoulder and delivers the real blow. This mission is his initiation. Put away every emotion, accept everything. Someone has been waiting a long time. On the throne sits the man who planned it all. He greets Sagar by name and confirms the nightmare. Even Sagar eventually accepting and walking through that door was part of the design. The beings who worshiped the demon were never the enemy. They were the plan. Sagar can barely speak. How is he supposed to feel facing a truth this heavy? The man on the throne only smiles and tells him that from now on there will be even more. They must prepare for a new world. Everything is already over. So why is Sagar still afraid? Then the pounding starts. Something is slamming against the great doors, wailing like it wants to tear the place apart. Sagar freezes. The man on the throne stays calm and points to the amulet around Sagar's neck. That little charm is the only thing holding the fallen back. He orders Sagar to destroy the amulet. Sagar refuses, terrified the fallen will drag them both away. The older man calls it weakness and an illusion born of fear. He tells him to look at the door again. All that remains is silence. Sagar finally breaks the amulet. The doors explode open in a storm of red Kool-Aid and screaming shapes. The fallen pour through like a tidal wave, and somewhere far from this cathedral, a chained young man with a body carved by suffering opens his eyes. The real storm is only beginning. Chapter 32 drops us right into the tension. Sabay stands across from a red-caped warrior and finally puts words to the smile he always wears. He never wanted to watch people get finished. He never wanted to become a monster. That is why he always stopped short of the final blow. But the ground around them is covered in proof of bare-handed fights from the arena. It does not add up. The warrior stares at the scene and mutters that none of it makes sense. He remembers the elite battle where every fighter was left standing, almost like it was planned, as if Sabay calculated every move and simply walked away. In a place where lives are on the line, why hold back like that? Sabay's calm smile never cracks. He repeats that he refused to become a monster. Then the accusation lands hard. This warrior finished every single one of them, because men like him are not people, they are monsters. Sabay keeps pressing. Believers were mixed into the tournament grounds. More of them waited on the forest path to the kingdom. He walked that road right after the formation moved out, and this warrior showed up only moments later. Same pace, same path. That means the red-caped man followed him the whole way. Countless battles never even slowed him down. The warrior just smirks and calls the whole story a boast. He is not falling for any of it. Then the fight explodes. Chains whip through the air as Sabay launches forward. The warrior snarls that stealing their signature weapon is pure insolence. That chain is the tool they train with every day. He calls Sabay a foolish child for even trying. Blades and chains crash together in a blur of speed. Sparks fly as the two of them trade blow after blow across the stone floor. Sabai wraps the chain tight and yanks hard, forcing the warrior off balance. The red cape snaps through the air as he is pulled in. For a split second, the warrior's eyes go wide with pure shock. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Impossibly skilled. How can a nobody handle their weapon this well? What exactly is this smiling boy? Sabai just answers that nothing changes by talking. Then he tells him to fight. Something dark flickers behind the warrior's eyes. A memory of the first time he met his lord crashes over him. Overwhelming awe, sacred fear. He has waited so long and grown weak without a worthy opponent. Now he will worship with red Kool-Aid. The warrior erupts with new ferocity, sword flashing as he drives Sabai backward. He never understood the chain trick from the first exchange. Tying yourself to the rope only means you are the one who gets dragged around. They clash again and again, but the warrior starts to feel something wrong. Every time the weapon shifts, every time their eyes meet, it feels like he is facing a completely different fighter. Gaze, momentum, finishing intent, breathing, posture, none of it belongs to one person. He shouts that the ones who are gone must be mixed in. Sabai's happy face stays perfectly calm as he answers there are none who are gone. Only fools believe in gods. The fallen only appear to those who believe they are still here. Then Sabai explains the truth behind every fight he has ever survived. He remembers people through combat. Every opponent from the arena comes back to him without missing a single day. Even the ones he finished visit his dreams for endless rematches. That was the only way he could keep them. It feels like their fights live inside his body now. That is why he has never forgotten any of them for even a moment. And now this red-caped warrior is bound with them too. The smile on Sabai's face has never looked more dangerous. Next time the predator fully awakens, Chapter 33 hits different right away. Happy's fight is not the same desperate scramble as before. While everyone else is locked in chaos, he is already thinking 3 steps ahead, scanning the battlefield for allies and turning their dropped weapons into his own tools. He gradually shuts down every blind spot around him and flips the entire situation. One clean throw, one perfect angle, and the pressure that was crushing his side suddenly swings the other way. This is not raw power. This is a slave who learned how to read a fight like a map. Then, without a second of hesitation, he sprints straight toward the ones who need him most. Happy is not just surviving anymore. He is choosing who gets to keep standing, and that calm smile never leaves his face while he does it. A massive opponent comes crashing in, chains swinging, red Kool-Aid already staining the ground. Happy meets him head-on, using the very chains meant to control him as weapons of his own. Every clash is brutal, every breath a gamble. Nearby, voices cut through the noise. The cult leader is inside the castle right now. That is why these men are guarding the path so fiercely. Happy hears every word while he keeps moving, already piecing together the bigger picture. More enemies pour in. Someone demands to know why the other troops are late. The answer is cold and simple. They were all taken out by the believers. Reinforcements are arriving, the castle gate guards are finally here, and the call goes out for everyone to assemble. And now Happy stands ready, sword in hand, that familiar, almost cheerful look still on his face. Following the captain's orders, the force advances toward the castle where Happy is headed. The royal family has already been wiped out. The tournament grounds are stained with red Kool-Aid, yet people are still alive, so the fight continues. Inside, Happy faces his opponent directly. You started this fight, so you will finish it. Even if the lord they serve shows up, Happy promises he will take that one out the same way. The smile is still there, but the eyes behind it are pure steel. He drops his weapon on purpose. No armor either. He has no reason to retreat. The chain snaps tight, the distance closes, and Happy turns the shorter reach into an advantage, slamming his opponent with everything he has left. The exchange is vicious. Chains whip, bodies collide, and Happy keeps pressing even when the hits land hard. His opponent is strong, furious, and starting to realize this grinning fighter will not stay down no matter what. Happy finally gets the upper hand and pins the moment. Then the real conversation begins. The farm people are alive. Everyone who could be saved was saved. Those people are still out there trying to protect even more lives. Happy did not want any of this bloodshed. His opponent spits back that it is a lie, that everyone is gone. Happy refuses that version of the story. He was momentarily confused by the cult's words at first, but listening to this man now only proves how pathetically weak that faith really is. Sagar's name hangs in the air between them. The cult is connected by faith, the man claims. Even if he falls, the cult will not disappear, and Happy will lead it after him. Happy's eyes go wide for a split second. Then the poison hits. The opponent's body twists, skin turning sickly yellow, and the real nightmare begins. The creature that used to be a man laughs through the pain and lunges. Happy is naturally talented at fighting, but talent means nothing if a single poison takes him out. The thing wants them both finished right here together. Chains fly, bodies slam. Happy has to end this before the toxin does the job for him. Happy drives the chain home and the creature finally goes still, but the last words cut deeper than any blade. I told you I saved them. Saving them, finishing them, in the end it all comes back. The happy face is still there, but something colder is settling behind it as the chapter closes. The castle still waits. The cult is not finished, and Happy just learned that every life he tried to protect might come with a price he never saw coming. Next time, the legend either rises higher or gets dragged into something far darker. Here's where the dust settles after the cult's collapse. The leader who chased the demon finished himself with his own poison, and every last believer across the kingdom vanishes like smoke. Suddenly, no one can tell who was a true follower and who was just another victim caught in the mess. Trust is gone. Military, administration, politics, everything starts crumbling at once while people eye each other in the dark. A temporary treatment tent goes up under the night sky because someone still needs saving from that poison. Inside, the questions start flying. How much of that lethal poison was Happy exposed to? One of them held his breath, grabbed only Happy, and got out. Even the tiniest drop is supposed to be game over. This is the same toxin that took down a cult leader who trained against it his whole life. So how does anyone here know so much about it? Grandmother and grandfather know better than anyone. Winnie's parents were finished by a religious group's poison left over from the war era. They accidentally opened a tainted well and paid the price. That old hatred never faded. The whole group is still sensitive to poison and knows every detail of how it works, which makes what happens next impossible to ignore. Happy was completely exposed to the same lethal stuff, and somehow he is fine. They hand him medicine while the truth sinks in. When Happy took that poison, it actually helped fight the effects, like his body already knew the enemy. It looks exactly like someone who has faced this toxin before and lived to smile about it. They ask him straight, "Happy, did you ever get poisoned like this in the arena?" He just wears that same calm face and says he does not know. It simply hurt so much. Then the captain is pulled aside for a private word under the night sky. They open the belongings that came out of that coffin. Inside is a will Lucatan left behind, specifically for Happy. The captain's hunch was right all along. The letter paints a brutal picture. A knight chasing glory who became an exile. The king's own brother who planned to change the world. 5 precious lives hanging in the balance. The king refused to spare even the last remaining child of that bloodline. And when you read the rest of Lucatan's letter, the pieces slam together. Happy was the child left behind from that entire tragedy, the leftover of a royal drama no one was supposed to survive. Lucatan's own words hit hard. His sick desire was to witness the strongest thing alive, and Happy's parents were his ideal. So he hunted down the same parents who sold their own boy at the slave market, finally tracking the place they were certain to be. Soldiers and mercenaries sent to that location all went missing. Lucatan never quit. Years of digging revealed the truth. The spot is something every empire and kingdom wants erased from existence. Only the royal army even has it marked, and the question burns, why does the king hide this tragedy? Because that place is where the demon sleeps. That is what the kings call it. Lucatan never learned why Happy's parents sold him, only that facing the boy filled him with resentment and pain. Still, he believes the location will give Happy the strength to face whatever power is coming. He does not want Happy finished at the hands of the demon. The letter ends with a quiet claim, "Now you are my," and encloses the hidden location of Happy's parents that every king has buried. May fate be with us. Back in the present, the captain asks who else knows. Only the two of them, if the messenger stays quiet. They always knew Happy was extraordinary, but no one imagined a past like this. In the current chaos, no one can say whether his existence brings disaster or salvation. One thing is certain, Happy is on their side. The cult is still intact and still trying to summon the demon. Informing the allied kings risks turning them into enemies the moment they hear about a demon's child walking free. So the plan hardens, hide Happy's existence completely and request help only to wipe out the cult. The kings will not want the demon to reappear either. It is going to be a long journey, and the boy with the happy face just became the most dangerous secret in the kingdom. Here's where chapter 35 kicks off. The dust is barely settled and already the farm folk are raising a toast. Congratulations fly for joining the knights, even if Happy is still just an apprentice. And the neighbor farm owner grins wide, teaching everyone to cheer. When he shouts to Happy, they roar cheers right back. The shout rings out across the yard. Too happy. For a second it almost feels like victory. But that famous happy face is already carrying something heavier than any celebration. Cut to the open field, cross after cross stretches to the horizon. 2 weeks, Happy has been digging without a single day's rest, shovel biting into the earth while the old man watches in quiet awe. Too many people are gone. Communal burial would have been easier, yet Happy refused. He buried every single person himself, because he remembers them all, not as enemies or numbers, but as people who still live on as memories. Nearby, a blonde boy and girl stand silent, staring across that sea of markers. The weight of what happened sits on every young face. This is the cost of the cult's rampage, and Happy felt every shovelful of it. Back at the wooden house, the talk turns to Sagar. No one can believe the quiet man was a cult member, son of the leader, no less. Yet Happy insists Sagar still tried to shield the farm people when everything went wrong. Even so, the old man calls Sagar nothing more than a fanatic who helped bring ruin. He checks on the blonde youth, then simply says it's time. Let's go now, Happy. Shovel Joseph is done here. Meanwhile, deeper in the shadows, a different reckoning unfolds. A voice tells Sagar the cult is now his. The orders, the power, all of it rests in his hands. Yet Sagar only answers that he lacks the heart to carry it. The reply is cold. You're still weak. A sudden bang shatters the quiet. 2 figures tumble into the hideout, gasping that they thought it was game over. Sagar's door has become a magnet for survivors, and the long-haired stranger who saved them believes Sagar isn't pure evil, yet the kingdom itself is already finished. Arguments explode. Stay and everyone is finished. Run and the fanatic's brand follows forever. The cult, they claim, doesn't even need a leader. It moves on pure faith that a demon will return and wipe the slate clean. Sagar's face twists as the truth his father hid finally lands. One desperate plan surfaces. Find that demon first and stand on its side so they can choose who gets spared. Another voice cuts through the madness. Leave the kingdom entirely. Rebuild somewhere new through the mercenary guild. This place is doomed. Then a quiet decision changes everything. Father, I'll stay. Even with the kingdom in ruins, he has seen people trying to rise again. He will not abandon them. He is joining the expedition as a knight. The expedition's purpose becomes clear. Ride out, warn the allied nations, and beg for help before the cult strikes again. They will split into small, trusted groups, no mass army that could turn or be compromised, and if the knights decide, they should send Happy. Doubt flickers. Why take an apprentice who knows nothing? The journey will last at least a month, yet 2 days later, the column is already moving. The kingdom's red Kool-Aid has barely dried, but the will of the fallen majesty still rides with them. Every rider carries a different fire, revenge, a new path, the pain of leaving loved ones behind. The commander reminds them all, each has reasons, but together they are the kingdom's last flag of hope. Happy looks back once, that calm smile still fixed in place, then faces the road. At the gate, soft goodbyes. Winnie is asked to stay behind and guard William's family to keep the children safe. Protect Happy too, he's still just a boy. A pouch of herbs sails through the air as one last practical gift. Happy struggles to stay mounted while the horses stamp. Get used to it gradually, someone laughs. Then a determined voice cuts in, I'm going too. The sky opens wide above the wagons. The expedition road is calling, and the boy with the happy face is finally riding toward whatever legend waits at the end of it. Here's where the road opens up. Fresh out of the arena, Happy looks at a world that once felt endless and watches it shrink into a single dusty trail under the cartwheels. The expedition has begun, and that calm, happy face is already out here, pretending the horizon doesn't intimidate him one bit. Someone asks how big the world really is. The answer comes back dry and honest. Even a lifetime of travel might never cover it all. Happy just smiles through the vastness like it's another opponent he plans to outlast. They pull the horses and cart to a stop before sunset. Hernando draws first night watch, so the captain orders him to rest now. Camp needs setting, and someone has to handle the cooking. Happy steps up without hesitation. I'll do it, I'm confident. The captain gives a short nod and hands him the job. That smile never cracks, even when the whole group is watching. Then the young healer appears at the edge of camp and the mood shifts. Why are you here? The captain wants her gone. She fires back that every expedition needs at least one healer, and she already proved herself when poison nearly finished the captain and William. The captain still refuses. Sending her back alone would take 2 full days and leave her unprotected. One of the men speaks up for her. During the tournament chaos, she organized treatment and kept people standing. She has the skill, she stays. Camp takes shape fast. Water from the valley, firewood stacked, everyone moving like they already trust each other. From a distance, it almost looks like a real unit instead of a ragtag group that just left the arena behind. Night falls and the pot is boiling nicely. Happy tends the fire while the healer notes that the captain and William are still out scouting. Only the 2 of them remain at the fire, waiting with a separate portion set aside for Hernando. Hoofbeats cut the quiet. A traveler in a wide hat rides up to the firelight, tipping his brim like any ordinary passerby. People do use these side roads, he says, then casually mentions he found more things to sell along the way. He dumps a glittering pile of jewels right there in the dirt, tells his partner to gather the rest, and rides on. The moment feels too easy, too generous. Happy's smile stays fixed, but something about the whole encounter doesn't sit right. Out in the dark, the real conversation starts. Bandits watch the camp and mutter that prey has been plentiful lately. The captain and William finish their scouting loop, decide the area looks safe, and order everyone to ease their hunger and sleep. Dawn departure. No one suspects the eyes still watching. The jewels glint under moonlight. One bandit calls them incredibly precious. Another decides the job ends right now. They creep closer while the camp sleeps, until one figure suddenly sits up. Happy is on his feet. The bandits freeze. Why did you get up? He just says he's going to pee and wanders off like nothing is wrong. Only one person on watch. They think the path is clear. They are wrong. The bandits whisper a new plan. Take out the troublesome one first, then hit the rest. One of them raises a heavy axe and charges the spot where Happy disappeared. The swing comes down hard. Steel meets empty air. Happy is already moving. blows land, bodies hit the ground, and the night explodes into chaos. One bandit turns and runs screaming while the rest get dropped in a brutal blur of speed and precision. That happy face never once looks worried. When the dust settles, a trembling bandit begs for mercy. Happy stands over the scattered jewels, the exact same bag the traveler left at dinner. Realization hits like a second ambush. That traveler was never just passing through, he was scouting them. The rest of the camp finally rushes in, weapons ready, demanding answers. Happy just stands there in the dark with that same calm smile, holding the proof that someone out there already marked this expedition as prey, and the road ahead just got a lot more dangerous. Welcome back to The Climb. Chapter 37 drops us straight into the land of bandits, where every road out of the kingdom has turned into a nest of rival gangs. Multiple crews have set up camp, each claiming their own stretch of dirt, and the rule is simple: whoever grabs the loot first owns it. The strongest boss already locked down the front spot, the one every traveler has to pass. The entire route is now a bandit's den. Refugees are pouring out of the kingdom in bigger numbers, and that only makes the gangs hungrier. Back with our group, the talk turns grim. Rumors about the kingdom's chaos have already raced ahead of them. It took over 2 weeks just to sort the wreckage, and any detour they pick will still be crawling with bandits waiting to pick them clean. Numbers and supplies make a straight fight impossible, so someone floats the only crazy option left: disguise themselves as bandits, use the power balance between the gangs, slip along the territorial lines so every crew thinks they are a rival outfit and keeps their distance. If they come from the front where the strongest gangs sit, the weaker ones might even suck up to them. But there is a catch. They do not know the real bandit positions or the secret talk that only true outlaws share. One wrong word and the disguise shatters. That is when the captured bandits become useful. Only real bandits know the gossip between gangs. The prisoners promise to play along if they get spared when it is over. Adults keep their word, they say. Deep down, they are still counting on their own boss to ride in and snatch them back. Meanwhile, the other side of the board is already writing them off. The loot is still sitting there, but the camping group looks finished. No point wasting daylight investigating nobodies. Grab the goods, head home, and let the city guards clean up the mess later. Night falls over the camp. The prisoners sit around the fire being told this is their last meal, so eat well. Tomorrow, their boss is supposed to come rescue them. William watches quietly, that familiar calm smile still on his face while he weighs every word. They do not even look like bad guys right now. William almost feels it. Then the reminder hits hard. These are the same ones who tried to put an axe through the back of his head. Do not trust them too much. The happy face stays, but the eyes stay sharp. Expedition Day 3. The group rolls out with the prisoners in tow. The bandits swear they only need to deliver everyone safely. Then they will go find their boss. They want to live too. They will prove it through actions. William listens, still smiling, still calculating. 3 hours down the road, the questions start. Why did their boss never travel with them? Why was he missing during the attack? No kingdom citizenship yet, they claim. He promised that if they got lucky, he might even hand them papers. The story smells off. Then the quiet shatters, sudden shouts, horses thundering in, steel flashing. An ambush slams into the column from the trees. Shields lock, blades swing, and the whole road turns into chaos in a heartbeat. William's group is right in the middle of it. The attackers pull up short, staring at the mix of faces. More collaborators? Which gang are you from? The moment of truth has arrived. If the disguise fails here, it is game over on this road. One of the bald prisoners steps forward. Leave the talking to him. There is a way real bandits speak to each other, a code that separates the genuine from the fakes. You can trust me, he says. William stays quiet, happy face locked in place, ready for whatever comes next. The bald man delivers the line his boss always used, a raw, contemptuous dismissal that should make any lesser crew tremble and clear the path. For a second, it almost works, then the tension snaps the other way. Draw your sword, William. The order cuts through the air like a blade. The happy face is still there, but underneath it, the fighter is already moving. Steel is about to decide who walks away from the land of bandits, and the next clash is going to change everything. Episode 38 drops us straight into a standoff on the open road. A hardened crew of bandits has blocked the path, and the air is already thick with threats. One of them snarls about ripping throats out while an arrow sits knocked and ready. The big bald fighter with the axe wants names. He knows every major crew that runs these roads, and not one face in front of him rings a bell. That can only mean one thing. A brand new bandit gang has wandered into the wrong neighborhood. The veterans lay it out cold. A no-name outfit has no business riding up front like they own the place. They offer a simple choice: leave the wagons, the horses, even the clothes on their backs, and walk away. Do that, and they get to keep breathing. Happy's side stays calm, almost polite. They claim they only want to pass through quietly and point out this isn't even the other crew's territory. But the camp is right there in plain sight, and the demand stands. The smile never leaves the underdog's face, even as the trap closes. Then the word drops like a hammer. Duck. An arrow screams past, wood explodes, an axe crashes down in a spray of motion. The polite talk is over. The road has become a battlefield in a single heartbeat. One of the veterans laughs through the clash. Only someone with real skill would talk that much before swinging. Happy's crew isn't backing down. They are already reading the fight, turning the hunters into the ones who need to watch their step. Panic ripples through the other side. This is no average pack of roadside thugs. That crew ranks among the top 3 bandit forces in the region. Someone snaps, demanding to know why they ever provoked them. The odds just got ugly. Steel rings and bodies slam. A blonde fighter tears through the line with raw power. Happy's side answers by turning the wagons into a wall, locking the road down. If they are going to take a beating, they will at least make the other side pay for every step. The order goes out: sweep it all up. Both sides crash together in a full charge. Spears thrust, shields lock, and the grassy road disappears under a storm of swinging blades. This is no longer a shakedown. It is a war for the road. Strike down now. The veterans pour everything into the assault, trying to break the wagon wall before it holds. Blades flash, bodies tumble, and the sound of impact rolls across the field like thunder. Happy's crew is still standing, still smiling through the chaos. A fighter on the other side gasps in disbelief. Why are these newcomers so good at this? Someone takes a hard hit and goes down hard. Then a new sound cuts through the noise, coming from inside one of the wagons. Something is moving in there. The wagon bursts open. A figure launches out with a raw scream and crashes into the fight. The veterans immediately shout to take the unarmed one first, calling him the weakest link. They have no idea who they just pointed at. The battle turns into pure mayhem. Fighters slam into each other from every angle. One side is getting pushed back hard while Happy's crew keeps the pressure on. From the ridge, you can see the whole road lit up with clashing steel and flying dust. Orders fly on Happy's side. Switch to a defensive formation. Strengthen the line. Hold them right here. Someone spots runners peeling off toward the trees and shouts the warning, but the focus stays locked on the fight in front of them. Victory is right there if they can just push a little harder. The camp itself is waking up. A roar goes up. Everyone get out here. Boots thunder as reinforcements pour from the tents, flooding the field with fresh numbers. And right in the middle of the rising storm, one fighter locks eyes on the chaos with a look that could freeze red Kool-Aid. The happy face is gone for a second, replaced by something colder. Now then, he asks, which one's story ends today? The dust is still settling, and our side is scrambling to check the damage. They're alive. That's all that matters right now. Time to haul the boys back before anything worse finds them. No gentle wake-up calls here, a rough hand and a sharper warning. If you want to keep breathing, open your eyes right now. The happy face stays locked on, but the stakes just got personal. The whole crew feels it. Live or get finished. They decide the only way forward is to prove it with action, not words. Even the quiet ones know they have to earn their keep or get left behind. No more hesitation. The order rips through the trees. Charge. They pour forward as one, eyes locked on the bandit camp gone ahead. This is where the underdogs stop running and start taking. Steel meets steel the second they hit the clearing. An axe comes screaming down and the fight explodes into pure chaos. Every swing is life or nothing for a bunch of guys who were never supposed to win. Bodies slam and weapons flash. Happy and the others tear through the press, turning the bandits' own ground against them. That calm smile never cracks even while the red Kool-Aid starts flying. One fighter refuses to give an inch. Gritted teeth, pure fire in the eyes, roaring that he will not back down from anything this soft. The happy face on our side is doing the exact same thing without saying a word. The last holdouts break, hands go up, voices crack, and the camp is theirs. From the ridge it looks almost peaceful again, but everyone down there knows who really flipped the script. The survivors can barely believe it. While the rest of them struggled with one enemy, Happy was dropping 10 on his own, trusting that quiet, smiling apprentice was the only reason any of them are still standing. Shocked faces everywhere. How did a ragged crew like this actually win? The answer comes out messy. They only showed up to help, never expected victory, and half of them were faking knowledge of the camp just to stay useful. Captain Hermod takes stock fast. Wagon wrecked, horses gone, but the bandit camp itself is ripe for the taking. No chasing stragglers. Break the leftover weapons and claim every supply that isn't nailed down. Standing around the fire with stolen goods, it almost feels like they became the bandits. But Hermod is clear. This loot belongs to the kingdom, and Happy the apprentice just proved his combat record is no joke. Every man here will follow the captain now. Next morning brings uninvited guests, angry voices demanding answers. Who stripped them bare, and what kind of brand new bandit gang pulls a stunt like that? The name Hermod starts getting thrown around like a curse. The visitors are rattled. They have never heard of monsters like this among the usual gangs. Whatever this Hermod crew is, they walked in, took everything, and left the old-timers looking helpless. Word reaches someone who does not take humiliation lightly. A scarred powerhouse declares there is no one stronger in the world than him. He is going after the thieves himself, and he wants every last piece of that loot back. Far away at a kingdom outpost, the lookouts spot trouble. A bandit force is rolling straight toward the walls. Then the real nightmare steps into view. The Iron Fang bandit gang's boss himself, the monster who rules every other gang. Whatever Happy and Hermod just started, it just got a whole lot bigger. Chapter 40 drops us straight into the aftermath of a disaster. A shattered group confesses the hard truth. The Helmore bandit gang crushed them, and it was not even the full crew. One single fighter wiped them out completely. Their leader already knows the score and shuts the panic down cold. He tracks the bandits' path and realizes the nightmare heading. They are charging straight for the kingdom. That absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. He tears after them at full speed, almost missing the trail entirely. Even after the desperate rush, more bandits have slipped through and followed. The net is tightening fast. At the outpost, the masks start slipping. Familiar faces from a camping encounter get called out on the spot. These are the Helmore bandits, and those dwarf brats who were supposed to hit them somehow switched sides and joined instead. Kidnapping accusations fly while the newcomers loudly claim to be a knight order from an allied kingdom. They demand passage under the Alliance Treaty, voices rising right in front of the guard post. The outpost men trade uneasy looks. Why are these so-called knights staying silent and looking so rough? And how exactly did they punch through the entire bandit forest with a group this small? They insist they have proof and vital information, but the captain is not buying it. He calls the whole thing a disguise. Distance makes the words hard to catch, yet the hostility is crystal clear. If they really are Kingdom Knights, they should handle a few bandits without breaking a sweat. Instead, the order comes down brutal and simple. Take them all out first, talk later. This has just become a massive problem. This outpost is the kingdom's outermost fringe, the place they dump the ones who lack real skill. When the bandit side's leader finally steps close enough to be heard, he drops every pretense and demands his property back, those dwarf brats. His own men shout for everyone else to run. Their boss is a straight-up monster and no one standing here can win. Ranks form anyway, the clash is locked in. But the expedition team is already running on empty. Endless marches, constant bandit fights, and zero rest have crushed their stamina. Especially Happy, who has carried the heaviest load in every single battle, stands right on the edge of collapse. That familiar Happy face is the only thing still holding the cracks together. Someone demands to know why they are not running. The answer is simple and iron hard. There is nowhere left to retreat. These knights do not fight for treasure or land, they fight only for the people they must protect. One side offers a clean leader's duel to settle it without more red Kool-Aid. The bandit boss just laughs it off. From the very start, he planned to finish every last one of them by himself. He explodes forward, axe swinging with raw fury. All that delicious loot almost slipped away because of these intruders, and now he is taking it back with interest. The fight turns savage in a heartbeat. Heavy blows land and one of the brothers goes down hard, red Kool-Aid pouring out. His siblings scramble to stop the leaking, whispering that this must be punishment for every bad thing they ever did, yet they still call him their knight, the one who always fought to protect them. The bandit boss lights up with pure savage joy. This is what he lives for. This is what makes a fight worth fighting. He laughs like a maniac while Happy and the exhausted knights stand on the brink, and the next exchange is going to decide who walks away from this red Kool-Aid-soaked outpost. The chapter slams us straight into chaos. A bandit snarls about an insect-like bastard while fists and steel crack through the air, sending bodies flying across the dirt. Red Kool-Aid sprays as the fight turns ugly fast, and one poor soul is already screaming on the ground, the whole skirmish looking like it could tip either way in a heartbeat. Impacts keep landing hard. Another heavy hit rocks the field, and the wounded bandit howls in pure agony, face a mess of red Kool-Aid and panic. Nearby, a group of hardened men watch the brawl unfold, and one dark-haired figure stands gone silent, eyes locked on every move like he is already calculating the ending. Through the smoke and wreckage, a lone fighter charges, and the dark-haired observer's expression hardens. Someone reminds him those fallen men were comrades who followed and waited. The bandit leader just laughs it off, calling the escaped slaves nothing but livestock raised for rough use and then slaughter. That cruel grin spreads wider as the leader suddenly goes full berserk, swinging like a madman and screaming for his opponent to keep resisting. He even mocks the idea of kinship, sneering that they are the same disposable livestock. The field turns into pure frenzy under his rage. But the Watchers notice something strange. Everyone except the leader has not moved a single step. Absolute obedience or pure confidence in victory. Either way, the whole fight could end the moment that leader goes down. Did Sir Harimo plan exactly that from the start? Still, doubt creeps in. Everyone is already at their limit, and the knight might be no different. Does he even have a real chance of winning? The answer comes from the night before, when a quiet voice cut through the dark. Be a shield, William. The lesson was sharp. William learned how to fight from Happy, but he only copied the high offense style, and that does not suit his body yet. He lacks the stamina in raw strength. Keep swinging like a berserker against wolves and he will tire first. Then it is game over, even if he lands heavy hits. So the order is clear. Be a shield, William. Use it to build a strategy board where victory is certain, not a gamble. Let the shield soak up the enemy's power, protect your body and stamina, then execute every move with absolute certainty. Back in the present, the plan snaps into place. William moves with that cold certainty, shield up, and the counter lands perfectly. Cheers erupt from the ranks. Someone shouts that this fighter definitely seems to be a knight, and for a second, the whole battlefield feels like it just tilted. The dark-haired observer and his companion trade quiet looks. Perhaps while chasing them, the bandits heard the stories about Happy's overwhelming fights. The reason those men are frozen might not be loyalty or confidence at all. Fear of Happy has already been planted deep in their bones. William knows his part is finished. He pulls back, leaving a board that can be cleared by taking only the leader. He even calls it a happy technique, a quiet dedication to the fighter who taught him how to turn survival into something sharper. The path is open. But the bandit leader is not finished. He drags himself up, red Kool-Aid dripping, and the mockery finally snaps whatever was left of his restraint. Eyes blaze, veins bulge, and he roars that if they want it quick, he will end them right now. The monster's true form has arrived. The watchers go cold. That madness is exactly why they call him a monster, the same frenzy that once swallowed entire bands of outlaws in a single night. No one is supposed to be able to stop him once that switch flips. Steel is drawn. The real clash is about to begin. They collide like thunder. Blows land with bone-shaking force, red Kool-Aid flying as the monster's rage meets cold precision. One massive strike after another rocks the ground until the unstoppable force finally staggers. The giant form crumples and hits the dirt hard. Silence crashes over the field. The dark-haired fighter stands over the fallen monster while the surrounding soldiers freeze in pure shock, eyes wide, unable to process what they just watched. One of them finally finds his voice, trembling, and the order comes out raw and desperate. Shoot him. The words hang in the air like a blade. What happens next could change everything for the underdog who keeps climbing, and that happy face is about to be tested in a whole new way. Chapter 42 throws us straight into the tension at a remote guard post. Soldiers spot figures approaching through the trees, and one of them panics hard, shouting that they're bandits. Weapons come up fast. An arrow looses before anyone can stop it. Someone yelps as it streaks past, and the bearded captain immediately tears into his own man for being an idiot. The whole post is on a hair trigger. But the one they're aiming at doesn't flinch. Our underdog just stands there in the open wearing that same calm, happy face, smile locked in place like the threat doesn't even register. The guards freeze. They're rattled. He's smiling? Is he daring them to take the shot? What happens if they actually loose another arrow? That fake cheer is already doing its job, turning their certainty into hesitation. Then the heavy gate clanks open with a metallic slam. It's open, finally. The smiling traveler and his blonde companion step through as the big bearded captain decides to guide them himself instead of finishing the standoff. Same time, far from the kingdom, a completely different storm is brewing in a shabby village tavern. A long-haired man has followed someone here because they promised answers about the demon. The place looks too quiet to hold anything that important. He's already questioning what they could possibly find in a dump like this when the door slams open. The Iron Fang crew that used to control this village is finished. New predators have moved in to take everything that isn't nailed down. The thugs bark orders, bring out all the meat and alcohol from the warehouse if you want to keep breathing. If the Helmar bandit gang shows up again, it's game over for the whole village. They want everything looted before they leave. A local drops to his knees, begging them to spare him while panic spreads through the room. One traveler just crawls onto the floor without a fight, muttering that he's busy trying to survive himself. Sometimes the smartest move is looking harmless. The bandits clock the outsiders and tell them to dump everything they own and get out fast. But the long-haired man isn't finished. He picks the conversation right back up, determined to finish the story he started before the interruption. Later, the real purpose comes out in the dark. They came here to meet believers. Doors slam shut, one after another. Someone demands to know why every exit is being sealed and what these people are actually trying to do. The air turns dangerous fast. Then the red Kool-Aid hits the floor. A desperate plea to be spared cuts through the chaos as the cultists drop the peaceful act. One figure goes down hard, while another tries to fight free of the sudden violence. Outside, someone curses under their breath as the situation completely unravels. Back with the survivors, the long-haired investigator lays the truth out cold. The cult's double nature is chilling. They live quiet for decades, then turn into butchers the second the signal comes. They're not insane. They're following their faith. Even his own father, first generation, hid the cult's identity until the very end and never gave real answers. The only path left is confronting the demon itself, the origin of everything. They'll hunt every believer who knows something until they face its true form. If they actually meet that demon, what then? One of them admits he followed in the first place to stand on the demon's side. The other just wants to cut the casualties and stick with whoever looks stronger. Their next destination is already decided, the king of an allied nation, the next believer on the list. At the royal court, the report lands like a hammer. The expedition from the allied kingdom has entered their territory and is currently under interrogation at the very guard post we just left. The king goes still. Wait, a king? There was a cult member who even occupied a throne? That's not all. He only learned the true scale of the cult after his father was already gone. The window when they could have stopped this thing has long since closed. The rot goes deeper than anyone wanted to believe. Meanwhile, the expedition itself is still marching toward another allied nation, only to find the city already burning. The commander stares at the flames in shock. They have to stop here and join the captain immediately, because the cult's slaughter was only the beginning. Welcome back. Our underdog and his companions have finally crossed into the kingdom, but the welcome is pure steel and suspicion. They're marched straight into an interrogation room where every step echoes like a threat. The Captain Knight clears his throat and lays it out. The whole mess was a misunderstanding on their side. He promises to report everything cleanly to His Majesty so no one's honor gets dragged through the mud. Before any royal audience, though, protocol rules. A bath, fresh clothes, and every weapon stays with the guards, no exceptions. The castle walls loom large as they're escorted deeper inside. The captain gives quiet orders, check the weapons again, and if anyone spots suspicious scars or marks on their bodies, report it immediately. New clothes are left waiting, everything has to look perfect for the throne. Then the knights get a full look, from the captain down, no odd marks, until they reach the quiet one, the knight apprentice, scars everywhere, enough to look like he walked straight off a battlefield. The knights freeze. That guy, he's the one who took down the Iron Fang bandit gang's leader. Suddenly, the smiling nobody doesn't look so disposable. One of them wonders if he's actually someone special after all. They brush it off for now. If he had real skill, his body wouldn't look like that, right? Meanwhile, the blonde companion is guided away. No place for her in the night quarters, so it's VIP rooms instead. She sinks into the bath and can't help laughing at herself. Feels like a princess for once. She even practices the royal act until the maid walks in and she nearly jumps out of her skin. The maid just smiles and promises fresh clothes when she's done. Back in the guest quarters, the others settle in, stunned by how well they're being treated. Then they notice Happy, already out cold. He pushed himself past the limit, passed out the second he hit the bath. That happy face he always wears finally dropped, and the exhaustion underneath took over completely. They can't even wake him. One of them remembers, Happy always worries about everyone else first. Once he crashes like this, nothing short of an earthquake will stir him. Still, they're just glad the worst seems over, for now. The captain and the others head off for the audience with His Majesty. Everything looks like it's falling into place. Then the bald bandit stands up, thanks them for the care, and says he's leaving. He needs to bury his younger brother. The knights shut that down hard. No one leaves until the audience is finished. When he tries to force it, steel comes out. Allowing a bandit inside was already a stretch. Demanding more is unacceptable. They make it crystal clear, courtesy for allies, nothing for bandits. The body will be handled properly and he can take it when the time comes. Cornered, the man drops to his knees, admits he was wrong, and swears he'll stay still. Night falls over the castle. Someone asks if the audience is wrapping up. The answer is no. The discussion is dragging longer than anyone expected. Rest up, they'll talk again tomorrow. 3 hours later, the castle is quiet. Happy finally stirs. That exhausted body sits up in the dark, eyes open, the weight of everything still on his shoulders. The audience is delayed, the kingdom is watching, and our smiling underdog is awake again. Whatever comes next, he's not staying down. Chapter 44 drops us right into the quiet after the storm. Happy is wandering the halls of this grand place like he still doesn't quite belong, that same calm smile glued on while everyone else is asking the same question. Where did everyone go? A blonde knight spots him and the mood shifts fast. Orders are orders. Happy is told to wait in his assigned position until the audience ends, but the way they look at him says he already stepped somewhere he shouldn't have. They push him back hard. Even if he came from an allied kingdom, to them he's still just a lowly apprentice knight who doesn't get to roam free. One more step and it's a real problem. And there it is, that signature Happy face. The shove lands, the warning lands, and Happy just smiles through it like nothing can touch him. Underneath, though, you can feel the quiet defiance waking up again. Chaos ripples through the corridor. Someone shouts that Happy is awake and they were all supposed to be in the next room. The audience is already over. Whatever just happened, the timing is all wrong. His Majesty already gave permission for the burial and they were about to leave. Now everyone's second-guessing whether that guy was testing them. Happy just stands there looking sorry, like he stumbled into something bigger than he planned. Back with the knights, the tension is thick. Did something happen? No, but Knight Hernode requested something, and now they're stuck waiting a few more days even though the audience is finished. Someone was trying to scare him a little, and it almost worked. Cut to the throne room, and the real weight of the chapter hits. From what they heard, the ruler is gone. This kingdom is now a land without its leader, and even allies have to handle that news with extreme caution. A request comes in. On the way here, some people were lost helping them. Their status was as bandits, but abandoning them wouldn't be right. The king agrees without hesitation. Workers will be sent. They will be buried properly. Night falls over the cemetery. A bald monk stands among the graves, and the truth pours out. They finally entered the kingdom they always longed for, but coming here wasn't happiness. The happiness was simply being together. Grief sits heavy on him. He lost family too. This kingdom is now filled with people who share that pain. If they wish, they may join, rise together even when the world collapses, protect each other. That is the only way forward. Meanwhile, the political knives come out in the dark. With the king gone, land will soon be theirs. An old woman whispers that the moment will be the one that judges their faith, and the one who rules over that kingdom will truly be tested. In the palace, the young princess can't sleep. She slips out for a walk, heart heavy, and runs into the people from the allied kingdom who will soon become her subjects. She freezes, then bows her head and begs forgiveness for staring. She explains herself quietly. She looked at them rudely and feels she committed a grave wrong. Her father always said it was natural for subjects to look at their ruler with fear. Someday, she believed, everyone in the world would look at her that way. Then she turns a corner and freezes. There he is, Happy, standing in the middle of the hall like he owns the night, that massive grin stretched wide as he drops into a deep bow and announces himself at full volume. The princess stares, eyes wide, the name catching in her throat. P. That smile just crashed straight into the most powerful person in the building, and nothing about this night is going to stay quiet after this. Night falls quiet, but someone cannot stop thinking about our hero. In a whole lifetime of cold faces and empty stares, no one has ever looked at them the way this smiling boy does. That calm, happy face hides something no one else carries, and it has already sunk deep under the skin of the powerful. The questions keep coming in the dark. What kind of person are you really? What do you think when you look at me like that? Our hero just sleeps on, that same unreadable expression still on his face, while the person watching him grows more obsessed by the second. The next day, the Night Order training grounds fill with noise and steel. Permission to train here is a rare chance, and both sides know it. The visiting knights plan to squeeze every drop of practice they can get before the politics turn them into vassals. Talk turns sharp among the blonde knights. Roles still are not fully locked in. The squadron is not official yet, and every sparring session here will shape the future. Our hero stands among them with that quiet, happy face, already reading the field while everyone else just sees another body to train. Then the whole atmosphere flips. A silver-haired figure in purple cuts through the crowd and locks eyes on our hero with one cold line. "Found you." The training ground that felt ordinary a second ago suddenly carries the weight of kingdoms. The allied kingdom captain has arrived in full armor, and the change is instant. Even the local captain is stunned that this had to happen on a training day. Armed knights from both sides now fill the yard, and every eye is suddenly measuring the other. The news drops like a hammer. The princess herself wants a real test of military strength between the allied kingdoms, not polite drills, a full combat-style sparring match where everyone chooses their own weapons and fights in their own style. Rest is over. There is no room to refuse. They came asking for help, so they must show everything they have. Trust, alliance, reputation, all of it rides on how hard they swing steel today. The captains already feel the pressure of eyes from the highest seats. Whispers start about the real reason the princess is watching. That apprentice, the one who finished the previous captain, is the spark. Because of him, the last conquest fell apart, and now the powerful must decide whether to discard him or turn him into a weapon of their own. One brother already has a plan. Disguise himself as an apprentice, get close, and measure our hero's true skill before anyone else can. Meanwhile, another voice simply says they will watch. The happy face has become the most interesting thing on the field. The obsession sharpens. One watcher vows to keep eyes only on our hero, desperate to understand the strange feeling that smile creates. At the same time, the schemers see a perfect opening. Her Highness and even His Majesty are staring straight at their side. Observation has become a battlefield of its own. The sparring schedule is set in stone. First, the commander's duel, then the senior knights, then the regular knights. After that, the apprentice matches begin. Informal on paper, but everyone knows the real eyes will be locked on those fights. Our hero feels the weight and steadies himself. He repeats it under his breath like a promise. I can do this, I can do this. Around him, secret escorts are already slipping into apprentice clothes, and the captains are called forward. The entire yard holds its breath as the first match is about to explode. Both sides swear to give everything because Her Highness is watching. No holding back, no half measures. The signal drops and the first clash erupts. Polearm against shield, raw power against reach. The kind of fight that decides reputations in a single exchange. The halberd's range is brutal. Every swing forces the shield fighter to hunt for a single opening inside that lethal circle. Sparks of impact fly as the two test each other, neither willing to give an inch while the whole training ground watches in silence. The pace turns savage. A heavy strike lands, the shield fighter is driven back, and shock flashes across faces in the crowd. This is no longer a polite demonstration. This is the first real taste of what the coming apprentice matches will look like, and our hero's happy face is about to step into the exact same storm. Episode 46 drops us straight into the alliance duel, and the tension is already thick. Two fighters crash together in the dirt while the crowd watches every swing. This is no friendly spar. This is nations measuring each other through red Kool-Aid and steel. The first bout is pure chaos. Shields slam, spears thrust, and one fighter gets driven back hard. Impact after impact rings out across the arena as both sides refuse to give an inch. Then, just like that, it's over. One fighter drops to a knee and the winner stands tall with his spear planted. That's enough. The message has been sent. In the stands, the powerful are already spinning the story. They claim the losers fell because they lacked skill, that they were weak, that this duel proves who deserves to rule. Stories like that spread fast through the allied nations. Next up is Sir Hermod. The call goes out and the match begins with a roar. Two fighters charge, and right away you can tell this is a different level of intensity than anything shown before. Hermod launches a fierce assault behind his shield, smashing forward with raw power. Blow after blow lands as he drives his opponent across the sand. The crowd can feel every impact. Watching from the sidelines, our guy knows his turn is coming. He stays calm, that familiar quiet focus settling over him. Around him, his allies talk strategy. They need to win every single one of these duels. William gets a hard truth. He's still lacking in stamina and strength, so he has to use his shield. Build the ground that keeps you safe. Happy once told him the same thing. Every time you raise a shield without the courage to face the enemy, the urge to hide grows stronger. William admits the shield feels like it's holding him back, so the question lands heavy. Does he want to learn how to fight sword to sword first? The answer is written all over his face. Flashback hits. His foster father from the arena offers to show him real sword technique. The man was the best swordsman he'd ever seen, undefeated in one-on-one. Then came the day of slaughter, burying the fallen, fighting bandits, training with Happy under the stars with their lives on the line. Back in the present, it's his turn to prove that training meant something. His opponent is stronger than expected, a swordsman who has never lost, using a stance that looks almost perfect. This is going to be a pure contest of skill. They clash. Blades scream through the air as both fighters move at blinding speed. The blonde swordsman realizes too late that he can't even follow one precise strike. 1 second is all it takes. But our guy, he's not impressed. Compared to the opponents he's faced before, this one is unbearably dull, boring. That calm, almost empty look says everything. The happy face is gone. What's left is pure focus. He explodes forward. One devastating rush sends his opponent flying, shield and all. The blonde fighter hits the ground hard while our guy stands over the moment like it was never in doubt. He plants his blade and delivers the verdict without raising his voice. This duel will end in our complete victory. No celebration, no grin, just certainty. Across the arena, eyes turn. Someone has been watching the whole thing unfold, and the look on his face says the real game is only getting started. The underdog just made a statement the entire alliance is going to feel. The Night Order is still reeling from a complete shutout. They never landed a proper hit, and the princess's shame and anger are rolling off her in waves. Now the next name gets called, and every eye swings to the smiling underdog in brown. Happy steps forward like it's just another day. The blonde knight is already sweating bullets, muttering that this is bad, while the silver-haired princess can barely look up. One wrong move and the whole order's pride goes down again. Even the spectators can't believe the face Happy is making. That calm, cheerful smile in the middle of all this pressure. The blonde knight snaps and yells for him to win somehow. Anything, just don't embarrass them further. A massive opponent rolls out with shield and polearm. The kind of fighter who ends matches fast. The knights trade worried looks. Nobody knows this apprentice, and the bad feeling is spreading fast. Happy just keeps smiling. The duel explodes open, heavy swings come crashing down, and Happy meets them head-on, reading the angle, sliding just enough that the strike whistles past. The crowd freezes. That wasn't luck, that was pure timing. Did he fail to dodge, or did he stand still on purpose because he already knew it wouldn't connect? The smile never leaves his face. For an apprentice, the skill on display is already way past what anyone expected. The big fighter presses harder, but Happy's power transfer through the blade is clean and sharp. Whispers start flying through the stands. He's definitely not just some random apprentice. Who is this guy really? Steel rings out again and again. Happy slips inside the reach, redirects the force, and answers with his own strikes. Every exchange is tighter, faster. The happy face is still locked on, but underneath it, the real fighter is waking up. A pause is called. Can he continue? Happy throws his head back and roars that he's fine, that big grin blazing like a challenge. The spectators lose it. Even the knights who doubted him are staring like they've seen a ghost. Someone finally puts it together. He's fighting exactly like he did in the arena, fooling everyone on purpose, turning the intensity up while he sizes the opponent out. That smile isn't weakness, it's a weapon. Happy decides he's seen enough. He surges forward, matching power with power, declaring he can keep going and that he'll show exactly what an apprentice knight of this kingdom can do. The whole yard feels the shift. The blonde knight is fired up now, shouting that the guy's heart is real, even if the skills looked ordinary at first. But the smarter heads in the crowd are already realizing the truth. This apprentice isn't the one who handled the bandits. Something much bigger is hiding behind him. Far above the duel, the king is getting the same bad news. The intel was wrong. These knights are far stronger than the reports claimed. Was the plan flawed from the start, or did they get stronger right under his nose? He quietly considers calling the whole match off. Back in the yard, the silver-haired princess finally snaps. She knows this was never a light match. Her father arranged an escort knight to punish the smiling apprentice the same way it's always been. She screams for them to stop the fight. Happy hears none of it. He charges in one last time with that unbreakable grin, pouring everything into the clash. Then, right when the tension peaks, he suddenly staggers, clutching himself and laughing that he really can't keep going. Arena secret art. Pretend the fracture is real. The happy face never cracks, even as he sells the injury to the entire yard. The princess watches with a look that says, this moment just became personal, and the next chapter is going to hurt. The dust from the duel has barely settled, and already the questions start piling up. Someone pulls Happy close, checking if he is still in one piece. That same calm smile fixed on his face like always. William is not buying the friendly act from their so-called allies. William lays it out plain. He keeps getting the feeling the Allied Kingdom never wanted to help them at all. They just want a front row seat while everything collapses. Out on the field, the armies are already moving, and the whole thing smells like a setup. Happy sits with the weight of it, that cheerful mask never slipping. He admits he has no hard proof, but the doubt will not leave him alone. That duel was never just a fight. They used it to measure every ounce of his strength. William asks if he is sure. Happy does not even hesitate. Yeah, just like William said, these people already know way too much about him. The trap feels tighter with every second. The realization hits hard. Happy starts to think they may have walked straight into the jaws of something far worse. Something feels really off, and the people around him can sense the shift in the air. Word comes down that their apprentice knight will pull through. Until the treatment is finished, the royal apothecary herself will watch over him. Happy keeps the smile going and tells them he will be fine. Just make sure the captain hears everything they discussed. Outside, the warning is clear. No one lowers their guard. A report reaches the captain while a cold voice promises that surviving the last wave means nothing. This time, the mind itself is the target and the threat is personal. At the same time, far from the palace tension, two fighters hit the market flush with reward money from taking down bandits. The blonde one keeps loading up packages while his partner grumbles about the wait. They want something nice for the grandparents waiting back home. The shopping spree keeps rolling. One of them even scores a little gift for the other, and the mood is light until the blonde freezes in the crowd. He thinks he just saw something that should not be there. Maybe his eyes were playing tricks. Back at the palace, a visitor arrives for the king. It is the cult leader's son, and the air turns heavy the second he walks in. They claim they only want to learn the origins of the cult, but the king is not in a trusting mood. The cult's son starts preaching about faith and how no one has truly gained it yet. He talks about the crucial moment when mankind is supposed to open its eyes. Both he and the old cult leader failed to guide their own children onto that path. The real initiation is pure darkness. Witness endless despair, stain your own hands, and only then do the whispers start. That voice is what forges unbreakable faith. The king has heard enough and shuts it down hard. He wants no part of planting something demonic through suffering. The cult son does not back off. He points out the king's hands are already stained, yet true despair has never touched him. Every scrap of hope the king clings to will vanish one by one, and that path is the only gateway left. He offers to show the king something that will change everything. The king follows, still insisting he is not the type to fall into despair that easily. Meanwhile, the treatment for a certain highness has just finished, and the guards are ordered outside. The royal apothecary is dismissed. The white-haired girl stays behind as purple energy flickers around her. Happy sits alone in the quiet room, that familiar smile still in place, but his thoughts are racing. What exactly is she plotting now? Their eyes meet in the silence. Whatever game is unfolding inside these walls, Happy is right in the middle of it again. The happy face stays perfect, but the next move belongs to her, and the whole board is about to shift. Chapter 49 hits different. Right away, we are locked in close with Happy and the princess, the air thick with questions she still has not let go of. She wonders if he is still hiding something, and that quiet tension between them is about to crack wide open. Happy stands there with that same calm look he always wears. The princess studies him hard, replaying how her father once tried to punish him and how she could not stop it. She apologizes, but Happy just answers that it is okay, Your Highness, like the pain never touched him. Then she snaps. A sharp smack lands and Happy takes it without flinching. She immediately softens, saying she is sorry for hurting him, and he answers that is okay too. The smile never leaves his face. She presses him harder, asking if he would still be fine even if she finished him herself, and Happy lights up with that huge, fearless grin and shouts, "Yeah!" That happy face is doing exactly what it always does, hiding everything and daring the world at the same time. Something breaks open inside her. She finally understands why she is drawn to him. When she looks at that bright face that stays shining, even in the middle of horrible pain, she remembers someone she had forgotten her whole life. The memory drags her under. A younger version of the princess stands with red Kool-Aid on her hands, staring in horror, asking why her mother collapsed after drinking the tea she made. The crushing question hits, "Did I finish Mom?" A cold voice tells her she finished her, but then gentle hands pull her close and a softer voice says, "It is okay, my daughter. It is not your fault." The comfort cannot erase the nightmare she has carried ever since. The truth finally surfaces. Father finished Mother. And that is not all. He has been quietly soaking the entire kingdom in red Kool-Aid, bringing in strange people under false pretenses and taking out citizens one after another. Back in the present, the castle erupts. Guards burst in, shouting for the princess. She begs them not to take her to Father. Chaos explodes as someone yells to get away from her and others try to pull her to safety. Happy is right there in the middle of it. The princess screams for help while hooded figures close in and the whole royal castle turns into a powder keg. One wrong move and everyone here could be finished. And that is when Happy's own buried memory slams into him. A strong mentor figure kneels in front of little Happy, smiling, promising that when he grows up, he will be able to save people too. "No," the man says, "you will be someone who saves this whole world." The training was brutal. Skulls litter the ground. The mentor hands him a blade and swears he will teach him how to beat even him. But the warning is clear and heavy: do not become a monster. The mentor's final wish echoes through the dark. "Happy, I want to pass everything I have on to you and then go. Bring salvation." Little Happy stands alone among the remains of every fight that came before, the weight of that promise settling on his shoulders. The forgotten memory crashes all the way back. Happy's eyes snap open in the present as the truth of who he was meant to become floods through him. Just as he has been saved, he will bring salvation without hesitation. That happy face is no longer just a shield. It is the face of a boy who was trained to save an entire world, standing in a royal castle that is drowning in schemes and red Kool-Aid. The princess is in danger, the kingdom is rotting from the top, and Happy finally remembers exactly what he is supposed to do. Chapter 50 drops us straight into buried memories clawing their way back up. a quiet conversation turns heavy fast as someone admits they have always seen the monsters hiding under ordinary faces. The white-haired girl listens as the truth spills out. At first, he stayed silent because he did not even understand what he was looking at. Now the past will not stay buried. Every guard who ever stood near her wore the exact same hollow look. The memories slammed back in full force. Horned masks, citizens cut down in the streets, people twisted into the same nightmare that attacked them. They did not just take lives, they turned victims into more of themselves, spreading like a plague across the kingdom. And the last thing those monsters ever said still echoes. They would offer up every single drop of life. The memory shatters into the present. Chaos erupts as someone goes flying and soldiers flood the streets. Our guy is already moving, scaling the side of a building while the city boils underneath him. Blue armored troops lock eyes on the fleeing figures and brand them cult scum on the spot. Orders fly, arrest every last one of the alleged kingdom dogs and throw them straight into the dungeon. The captain is rattled, surround the building so no one slips away, but the real question hanging in the air is bigger than any escape attempt. Where is the apprentice knight who took the princess? The name hits like a punch. Happy kidnapped the princess? The people who know him cannot believe it. Something must have gone wrong on his side too, and the whole situation is spinning out of control. Orders snap out, report everything to His Majesty immediately. The rest of the men are coming along to hunt down that apprentice before the trail goes cold. The blonde apprentice is dragged into the open, shouting to be let go. Soldiers claim the allied kingdom bastards took the princess and they are already in pursuit. Confusion spreads through the ranks like wildfire. Accusations fly hard and fast. They pin the entire disaster on him, turning the kingdom into a ring of panic, all part of a scheme to force them into becoming a vassal state. One sharp blow silences the protests. Real hatred burns in the air. A crowned figure lays out the next move coldly. Finish what the cult leader could not. If anyone wants answers, they will have to follow deeper into the trap. First, they will watch the execution. Prisoners already sit behind bars while the king stands side by side with the cult leader's own son. The allied kingdom, it turns out, was already in the cult's grasp the whole time. Then a long-haired woman steps into view and the temperature changes. Someone freezes. That face is impossible to ignore. Recognition hits both sides at once. She calls out with startling warmth, "Honey," the question hangs between them. What is she doing here? The happy face that has carried our underdog through every nightmare is about to meet a ghost from a life he thought was gone. Her answer is simple and devastating. She wanted to see him. And just like that, here they are again. Whatever game the cult, the king, and the apprentice are playing just got a lot more personal. Chapter 51 throws us right into a charged reunion in the middle of enemy ground. Our hero, still wearing that calm, happy face like armor, stands face to face with a woman who once belonged to the cult. She's stunned he's even here. He simply wanted to see her again. She reminds him she was a cult member, the type who always sticks to the stronger side and puts survival first. But even she admits the cult's demands went far beyond what she expected. She's already been thinking about switching sides, and now, with him standing right there, a perfect chance to jump has just dropped into her lap. The quiet calculation behind her eyes is unmistakable. Their talk is cut short fast. Soldiers flood the hall with a crowned commander at the front. Most of the troops left to search for the princess, so the place is lightly guarded, exactly the opening they need. The woman locks eyes with our hero and makes her choice. She believes he can escape, and she wants to know if he'll take her with him. In that moment, the entire board flips. She turns on the soldiers without warning. The commander shouts to get her off them and orders everyone back, but she's already committed. Our hero steps aside as the first clash explodes. Blades flash and she tears through the guards with raw precision. Heavy impacts ring out as she drops them one after another. Red Kool-Aid flying across the stone floor. The underdog escape just became a full brawl. The crowned commander can barely process it. She calmly announces she switched sides. When she said fight now, she meant literally right this second. No questions. It wasn't like she could have slipped away quietly anyway. He demands to know when she stole the key. Her answer is pure survival instinct. It's her motto. Wherever she goes, she looks for an exit first. See a key, she takes it. See a weapon, same rule. With the path cracked open, she charges deeper, calling for every last opponent to be taken out. Soldiers rush her in a wave, but she meets them head-on in a storm of steel and motion. Then glowing pink eyes pierce the dark. A far more dangerous presence steps forward, and suddenly this is no longer just about guards. The real threat has arrived. She doesn't hesitate. She tears through the remaining foes and tells the others to grab the scattered weapons. The air fills with the crash of blades as she closes in on the true opponent. Now it's her against this towering force. He sneers that she's been too big for too long and the natural order is to bow. Why make such a stupid choice? She fires back that she's simply not built to feel despair. She wanted to stand on equal footing with a demon, not become one. The words hang for a second, then swords scream as the duel ignites. Even when she deflects, the monstrous strength keeps driving her back. Our hero finally steps into the storm himself. Blades clash in a blur of speed and power, and the woman suddenly feels it. That happy face of his is hiding something far sharper. The real strength underneath is starting to show. Those who've reached a certain level can measure others just by watching. She felt the aura of an ancient legendary sword technique flickering at his empty hand. They're here to finish this fight and get out. Friendship can wait. But the crowned commander has seen enough. He draws himself up and roars that he will not allow this escape. Chapter 52 drops us straight into the fire. A desperate voice rings out, refusing to let this stand, but the situation has already slipped past words. Steel is about to do the talking. Bodies slam and the air fills with impact. One fighter locks eyes on the chaos while another coldly asks if anyone else is about to pick the wrong side. Stay quiet and watch, he warns, because this is what happens to those without faith. Armored men charge in without hesitation. They do not flinch. They do not fear the end. Our side has to meet that reckless pressure head-on as blades scream past each other. Even after turning aside 2 strikes at once, the path of the blade never wavers. The gap in raw power is massive, and a straight fight looks like a losing bet. One of them finally snaps that it is time to stop playing around. The tempo explodes, angles change mid-swing, a blur of motion comes from behind, and the long-haired fighter is forced to scramble just to keep his footing. He gasps that he cannot stop now. Faster, harder, every clash rings out like a hammer on an anvil. The opponent cannot believe what he is feeling. He was certain raw strength would decide this, yet something else is happening on the edge of that sword. Here is the secret. This sword style does not overpower you. It reads the stronger fighter's breathing, catches the incoming strike, and lays that force right back onto the blade's path. It looks like simple blocking. It is anything but. Ordinary swordsmen could never copy power that turns a stronger opponent's strength against them, but 2 people can. Happy and William, the smiling underdog, and his ally both carry the key to this impossible technique. Happy steps in with that calm face, and the blade becomes an extension of pure focus. The opponent feels like his own mind is being read. Every feint, every real strike, Happy already sees the line it will take. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks and red Kool-Aid flies. The long-haired fighter takes a hard hit across the face and freezes. When did Happy get this strong? That quiet smile is starting to look like a threat. Happy wonders if the last strike went too shallow and immediately launches again. The opponent finally understands. His own power is being turned against him with every exchange. There is no clean way out of this loop. An endless stream of moves keeps coming. If this keeps up, there's no path to victory, so the opponent makes the only choice left. He stops borrowing strength and pours out his own force in one desperate surge. The collision is brutal. Sparks explode between them while onlookers decide the rest is someone else's problem. The fight spills wider as more bodies crash into the fray, and the floor itself seems to shake under the impacts. Heavy blows land one after another. A green-clad fighter joins the storm, and the whole corridor becomes a blur of swinging steel and flying debris. No one is holding back anymore. A fist clenches, a blade flashes. One final crushing exchange drops a fighter hard to the stone. Happy stands over the fallen shape, that familiar calm still on his face while the dust settles around him. The chapter freezes right there with the outcome hanging by a thread. Happy has turned another impossible fight into proof that the smiling slave is becoming something far more dangerous. Next time, we find out just how far this escape can go. The chapter explodes open in pure chaos. Blades flash and bodies slam together as our side tries to punch a hole through the enemy line. Every clash is desperate, every step a gamble, because the window to escape is slamming shut fast. Steel rings out again and again. One fighter tears through the press with raw force while another covers the flank. This is not a clean duel, it is a breakout under fire, and the happy face that usually hides everything is nowhere in sight right now, only grit. A hard impact sends someone reeling. The group is still moving, still breathing, but the pressure is crushing. They know the next wave of troops is only moments away. One of them checks on the others. They cannot keep this pace. The exit is open right now, and that is the only chance they are going to get. Someone has to buy the seconds the rest need. The plan is brutal and simple. At least one of them must make it back to warn the kingdom and save whoever can still be saved. That means someone stays behind to hold the line. The weight of that choice lands hard. They surge forward one last time. Blades whip through the air as the rear guard buys precious heartbeats. One fighter mutters that he is running like a coward again, and the answer comes back cold. He is still as pathetic as ever. The words cut deeper than any sword. Orders snap out, move. The rear fighter launches into the enemy with everything left. Sparks and red Kool-Aid fly as the question hangs in the air. Is he trying to throw himself away on purpose? The commander answers with pure fury. His own people worrying about him is bad enough. Trash daring to speak of his end is worse. He is the commander, and none of them are even worthy of naming him. The blade that looked dull suddenly burns hot again. He tears into the opposition with renewed fire. Red Kool-Aid sprays across the stone as the fight turns savage. Meanwhile, the alarm has already reached the top. A furious voice demands to know why the response arrives so late and orders the escapees finished on the spot. The man at the center of the storm does not flinch. Pierce him with spears if they must. The kingdom will still stand. The duel outside turns into a storm of steel, while deeper inside the chaos, another thread of the escape is unfolding. The silver-haired princess shoves a young man into hiding. Stay here, she will draw the guards away and try to save the others. Outside wait the royal guards, a completely different level from ordinary soldiers. He cannot beat them. He refuses to let her go alone. She is already moving. When he tries to follow, she drops him with a sharp strike and leaves him stunned on the floor. Seconds later, the hunters find him. The 7th Royal Guards and the executioner have arrived. Capture that bastard. The young man bolts, heart hammering, as chains and blades close in. He is outnumbered and outclassed, yet something about the way he moves makes the guards shout for reinforcements in pure shock. Who is this guy? The truth crashes over everyone at once. These are not the princess's father's men, and the princess herself was never kidnapped. She walked out on her own 2 feet. The entire story the kingdom believed is a lie. Standing before the survivors, the princess lays the rot bare. Her father took out her mother. She has lived as a puppet stained by that crime, while the royal guards and castle knights he brought in turned out to be spies. The kingdom has been hollowed out from the inside. That is why the sword of rebellion must be drawn now. Those who will become her blade follow. Those who will not leave. She admits she once looked weak and insignificant, controlled like a doll. Her father ruled through fear. She is done hiding. Who would ever follow someone like her? The answer comes without hesitation. One man steps forward and swears he will follow her with his life. The late queen's final order was clear. When the day of choice arrived, he was to become that child's sword, not chase the throne himself. The path ahead is set. From now on, they move forward, gathering allies, learning to tell friend from foe. The princess has drawn her line, and somewhere in the middle of this rising storm, that familiar happy face is watching it all take shape, ready for whatever the next fight demands. Chaos still grips the battlefield as a commander bellows for everyone to regroup. They've got the kidnapper, or so they think, but the air is thick with distrust and drawn steel. Our hero stands right in the middle of it all, that familiar calm smile locked in place like armor. Then the real trouble starts. Voices scream for more red Kool-Aid as armored figures slam into each other. Chains whip through the air and our smiling underdog is already moving, reading the fight before anyone else even blinks. Blades crash and bodies hit the dirt hard. The soldiers can't even tell friend from foe anymore. One of them freezes, staring at a face that should not be wearing their colors. Suspicion explodes. Someone demands answers while a furious voice snaps that the princess already knows everything. The order comes down cold and clear. She has to be taken out before this whole mess unravels further. Steel rings as the brawl turns savage. Our hero is right there in the thick of it, dodging and striking while the princess calmly picks out every fanatic hiding in plain sight. She sees through the cult's disguises like they were never there. And that is when our hero's eyes light up. He can see the path to end this fight against the cult once and for all. That happy face never wavers as he bolts forward, ready to flip the entire board. He tears through the corridors like a storm, doors exploding open under the force. Soldiers freeze in shock as the commander himself gets caught in the sudden breach. No one saw this coming. A familiar voice cuts through the noise. Happy? Someone who knows him stares in disbelief, asking if he got captured, but our hero just keeps that unreadable smile, already calculating the next move. The enemy commander sneers about monstrous vitality, claiming the returning soldiers seal everyone's fate. The order drops like a hammer, finish them all, including the one they brought along. Swords rise as the trap snaps shut. Weapons collide in a brutal flash. Sparks fly and bodies stagger back as the entire hall turns into pure mayhem. One fighter freezes mid-swing, completely thrown by who is suddenly standing against them. A desperate voice shouts that they came to rescue someone, only to find every blade in the room pointed straight at them. The truth hits like a punch. Everyone here is an enemy now. Trust is gone. Shock ripples across every face. Then a mysterious figure in red declares the battle lost, promising to handle the demon information before vanishing in a blur of speed and force. Just like that, the wild card is gone. The blonde royal loses it completely, demanding to know why someone is standing on the enemy side. The answer freezes the room, because their own father sold his soul to a demon. Everything they believed just cracked open. Memories flood back hard. Mother told them everything before she was taken out by their father, who has been staining the entire kingdom with red Kool-Aid ever since. The royals' world shatters right there in the open. No more talking. The order roars out. Charge. Form ranks and advance. Armored soldiers surge forward as our hero locks eyes with a lethal opponent, that happy face still glued on like nothing in the world can touch him. The duel ignites instantly. Blades scream against each other while the enemy mocks him for holding back true strength. With a broken arm, they sneer. He can only swing with the left, and they plan to finish him right here. But our hero keeps pressing, one-handed and smiling like the pain is a joke. The enemy's eyes go wide in pure disbelief. Wait, wasn't the broken arm supposed to be the other one? That happy face just became the scariest thing on the battlefield. The arena erupts as steel meets steel. Our underdog is right back in the thick of it, that familiar happy face locked in place while his opponent comes at him with everything. One wrong move and this climb ends right here. Blades scream past each other. The long-haired fighter presses hard, eyes wide with shock as he realizes something impossible. This smiling slave is using the exact same technique he thought only he owned. He snarls the challenge right in our hero's face. Do you really think that move will work on me twice? The happy face never cracks. He just drives forward harder, turning the mockery into fuel. A raw shout tears out of him as he launches another strike. Sparks fly. The opponent is forced back, already starting to understand this is not the same weak slave he expected to crush. They trade blows at blinding speed. Every clash is a lesson. Those who chase only raw strength always walk in with a fatal misconception, and right now that misconception is getting rewritten in real time. The truth hits like a hammer. Believing power alone guarantees the upper hand is a trap. Even when your strength sits higher on the ladder, the moment you meet someone equal, that advantage vanishes. Our hero keeps smiling through the storm, settling the match with something sharper than brute force. The long-haired fighter feels it immediately. This is not the same swordsmanship he faced before. The movement is completely different. Water explodes around them as the next exchange lands. The opponent is driven back again and again, eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is this technique that feels like fighting pure wind with no weight and no form? From the sidelines, the order comes cold and clear. Finish him. But our underdog is already dancing past every desperate swing, that happy face still painted on while the stronger man starts to break. Memory crashes in. There was once a fighter who left a deep mark on him back in the arena. The one-armed hunchback, a man who refused to yield to power and chose to fight back with a technique born from pure refusal. If you only push with brute force against that legacy, victory feels like cutting water. Even stronger power, even better technique to handle it. None of it matters when the will behind the blade refuses to bend. The lesson lands hard. True strength is only born when someone refuses to yield and chooses to fight. Our hero drives the point home with a devastating counter that sends his opponent crashing down. The long-haired fighter hits the ground hard, gasping. He thought power was the only answer. Now he lies there staring up at the smiling slave who just rewrote everything he believed about strength. In the face of despair, most would think of backing away. But all those who once stood against that legendary fighter during the war never fled. They fought because they saw a future no one else could see. Believing someone like our hero would appear, they left their will behind in this land. Now that will lives on in the boy who still wears the happy face while the arena floor drinks the red Kool-Aid of another hard-won step-up. The dust settles, our underdog stands over the fallen fighter, that calm smile still in place like nothing can touch him, but the real weight of what just happened is only beginning to sink in for everyone watching. Outside the clash, an old man with a staff watches in silence while others gather. The happy face that once hid nothing but pain is now the face of a rising legend, and the next trial is already waiting in the shadows. The chapter opens on pure wreckage. Bodies are scattered across the stone, and the survivors can barely breathe through what just happened. Happy stands in the middle of it with that same unreadable calm, like the nightmare still has not finished with him. A young woman stares into the dark and whispers that this is not fear of the end. It feels like she is standing right in front of the cult leader himself. The weight of that presence is still crushing everyone left alive. Happy drops to one knee beside a well that is soaked in red Kool-Aid. Someone asks if this is how the cult leader finally met his end too. Even if it is, the land itself is still drowning in the cult's roots. Happy refuses to let the cult keep spreading. The silver-haired woman challenges him hard. How is someone like him going to stop any of this? She reveals she inherited her mother's eyes, the kind that can see demons for exactly what they are. She lays out the nightmare her family lived. From the start, her mother knew the father had sold his soul and was planning to finish her. There was no running and no stopping him, only the slow trap closing in. The father wanted either his wife or his daughter to fall into despair and become a believer, so the mother made the only choice left. She would be the one devoured first, just to buy her child the truth and a chance to escape. The revelation hits the man across from her like a blade. She already knew everything. He has always been a coward, the kind who came back from the Great War already walking the demon's path and cutting down the innocent over and over. The day the demon descends has been whispering in his head the whole time. When that day comes, he will throw everything away and follow. Happy suddenly lunges because the same poison the cult leader used is right there in play. Chaos explodes, blades clash, and Happy takes the hit straight to the mouth. Even while the poison burns, he spits out the truth. He refuses to live swimming in the red Kool-Aid of the innocent the way this man did. Happy's voice stays steady through the pain. They will stand against the demon and close their eyes, blessing the new lives that come after. That is the path he learned. The poison still racks him hard, but the words land like a vow. The silver-haired woman never hated the coward for what he became. The world terrified him and the world changed him. Happy collapses, red Kool-Aid running from his mouth, while the princess forces herself to watch every second of the wretched end. She carves the sight into her eyes so she never repeats her father's sins. Then a voice cuts through. "Happy, are you okay?" He is already pushing himself up. The poison is the same as last time. He just needs a moment to calm down. Happy's face twists into that massive, unhinged smile even while the poison still burns. He tells them not to let the allied kingdoms see him like this. Right now, he might look like a demon himself. They have to hurry and rescue their people. The group moves fast through the castle grounds. The captain of the pursuit squad is already on their trail, the strongest fighter in the kingdom and the first soldier the demon-tainted father ever brought in. From the start, he looked like a monster and has taken out more citizens than anyone. Outside the walls, the fight is already exploding. Knights clash and a massive signal horn blasts across the field. It means the escapees have been found. Time is gone and they have to break through somehow. At the central outpost, a reluctant fighter realizes the chaos has followed him here too. Soldiers shout that the escapees made it all the way in. The order rips through the air. After them, the hunt is on and Happy's crew is right in the middle of it. The castle gate slams shut with a thunderous boom and the whole place is in chaos. Soldiers on the wall can't make sense of it. Last time these enemies were clawing to get inside. Now they're fighting just as hard to break back out. Nobody on the wall has a clue what's happening anymore. Down below, our side is already thinking 3 steps ahead about survival. They followed the captain's orders, put escape first, and somehow made it this far. But getting out still doesn't mean they can reach home with 0 supplies. That's when the dark-haired fighter shuts it all down. Enough thinking. Worrying about things that haven't even happened yet is just fear of an unreal future. He locks in, calm face set, ready to deal with whatever is right in front of them. Horses thunder across the open ground and the clash is on. He barks the only plan that makes sense. Fighting cavalry head-on out here is pure giving up. Head for the stables, put your backs to the wall, and hold the line. Mikey gets called out in the middle of the scramble while someone on the wall is already loosing shots on their own. Our fighter doesn't hesitate. He takes over the post himself and charges straight into the storm of hooves and steel. The red-plumed knight hits like a force of nature. Swords flash, horses rear, and every exchange is a brutal test of who flinches first. Our side is giving everything, but this one rider is on a completely different level. Doubt starts to creep in hard. What move even exists that lets them win this? They can't reach him with their swords. This isn't a fight anymore. It's just them getting hunted across the field. Then a lone figure with long, dark hair starts climbing toward the wall, and panic explodes among the defenders. The captain is screaming for weapons up because this one enemy is coming straight for them, and he does not look scared. The long-haired stranger looks the captain gone in the eye and reads him like an open book. He's good at telling who is faking fear from who is truly terrified. This man is a coward, which means he is definitely not a cultist. Open the gate. The heavy gate groans open. The Red Knight on the horse freezes, completely thrown. Meanwhile, the stranger is already hunting for someone specific, and the people around him are left wondering what kind of monster just walked into their fortress. Cut to the bigger picture, a land erased from the maps, the place where the demon sleeps. During the war, the demon left followers behind, but he also left his personal henchmen, and those henchmen have been preparing a day of slaughter right alongside the believers. And the captain of the pursuit squad, he's one of them, the demon's own henchman, the one closest to the demon himself. That red armored nightmare tearing through the field isn't just skilled, he's something far worse. Back in the fight, the impact is devastating. One clean exchange and a rider is finished, slammed hard into the dirt. The enemy's skill is unmatched. That deafening noise and force would have taken anyone else out cold. But the horse never flinches, not once. That's a perfectly trained war mount, and one single cavalryman has completely locked the entire group down. It looks finished. Then distant shapes appear on the horizon, and someone breathes the word reinforcements. Our dark-haired fighter stares in pure shock. What he's seen shouldn't be possible. Then a familiar voice cuts through the tension. William and a grinning ally is charging in like the cavalry they desperately needed. Horses scream across the field as the new arrivals smash into the fight with everything they've got. The Red Knight's perfect lockdown is about to get shattered. The underdogs just got their second wind, and next chapter, this whole battlefield is going to change. William comes thundering back into camp like a storm, arms thrown wide and voice booming that he has finally returned. Happy and the others freeze for half a second before the realization hits. That familiar grin spreads across Happy's face as pure relief floods the group. But the reunion barely has time to breathe. Someone spots the state of their companion and the mood flips hard. Who hurt their own? The question rips out raw and furious while a dark-haired fighter's face twists with pure rage. Then the real threat arrives. A mounted figure looms and a single glowing red eye fills the frame as something crunches. Arrows scream through the air in a lethal volley, forcing everyone to scramble. Happy does not freeze. He launches himself into the chaos, that calm smile still locked in place even as the fight explodes around him. This is the moment he has been waiting for, and he shouts for William to take the opening. Steel rings against steel as Happy closes on a heavily armored knight. Every gap is sealed. The helmet covers even the eye slits, turning the opponent into a walking fortress. Happy's mind races, searching for any weak point while the pressure mounts. The exchange turns brutal and fast. Happy dodges sweeping blades, weaves under heavy strikes, and answers with sharp counters of his own. Boots and fists fly. The armored knight keeps coming like an unstoppable wall, forcing Happy to stay light on his feet or get crushed. Impact after impact lands. Happy is driven back, then surges forward again, refusing to stay down. The knight's red plume whips through the air as the two trade blows that shake the ground. This is no longer a simple scrap, it is a test of pure will. Then Happy drops the act. He promises to show his full strength right now. A crushing blow lands that leaves the knight stunned, because it did not come from any spear. Bare hands, the armored warrior stares in disbelief, demanding to know who this smiling fighter really is and how he is copying their lord's power. Happy answers with action instead of words. He drives forward in a blur of strikes that finally crack the knight's defense. The armored figure staggers under the onslaught, that once unbreakable guard starting to fail as Happy's quiet fury finally shows through the smile. The knight goes down hard. Nearby fighters watch in shock, realizing there is a method behind Happy's impossible strength and that he has been hiding it. But the fallen warrior is not finished. He scrambles up and bolts, forcing the others to shout for someone to catch him before he vanishes. The cost of the fight hits immediately. Happy's arm is a mess of red Kool-Aid, and his friends rush in to clamp pressure on the wound. This is far beyond what they can handle in the field. They need to get him to the infirmary now or risk losing him. William does not hold back. He pulls Happy into a tight embrace, voice cracking as he admits he was terrified the smiling fighter would simply disappear. Happy tries to brush it off with that same easy grin, calling him an idiot, but the worry in both of them is real and heavy. The others finally understand. Happy did not charge in out of reckless excitement. He came carrying fear and worry for every single one of them. The commotion settles as the princess and the expedition force begin planning how to drive out the fanatics and forge a real allied army. 2 days later, the scene shifts to a lonely campfire under dark skies. The cult leader's son stands face to face with a wandering believer, asking if the man plans to keep following. The air is thick with threats about gods, innocent red Kool-Aid that will never wash away, and a promise that everyone ends up joining the cult eventually. The cultist claims their lord is real and waiting in distant lands. When the cult grows weak, the faithful are meant to seek him out. He offers the wanderer a simple choice: follow and see the truth with his own eyes, or stay behind and doubt forever. At the same time, far away at an outermost outpost, surviving soldiers still shake from the memory of half their own ranks turning out to be cultists. It feels like a miracle they made it through. Then a request for entry comes from the dark, and a figure in red armor steps forward, carrying a torch, claiming he has come to regroup with comrades who went ahead. The report hits hard the second the captain walks in. One of his men stands there alone in a red cloak, face tight, and admits he came back to regroup with the party first. The captain stares him down and asks the question nobody wants answered. All by yourself, without your party? The answer is brutal. They're all gone. The allied kingdom they marched toward was already swallowed by the cult, their forces wiped out on arrival. Even the few survivors who tried to make it back were finished off by bandits on the road. The room goes cold. But the captain isn't only counting losses. He looks at the quiet young man who just walked into their lives and asks if they have any casualties here as well. The answer flips the mood: no. If anything, they gained allies, and the man who caused that uproar on the day of the slaughter, he's the reason they're still standing. Suspicion still lingers. Someone mutters he could still be a cultist. Another voice shuts it down hard. He's definitely not, because Lumi has gained the power to see straight through the cult followers, and the princess of the allied kingdom carries eyes that cut right to the truth. With that kind of sight at the front, they can finally root the rot out of whole kingdoms. Yet a massive threat only breeds something bigger, and right now the real worry is the princess herself. Her Highness's condition is crushing her. She has witnessed too much, and the weight of every order she gave is eating her alive from the inside. In the quiet of her chambers, the princess breaks. She asks if people were no more because of her orders. The knight beside her tries to hold the line. It had to be done. They could not leave those who sold their souls to a demon alone. But she only whispers that they were once human too. The kindness in her is too much. She collapses into tears, the weight of command finally cracking that royal composure. Someone outside realizes she needs her knight. Not just any guard, her very own. They bring Happy, the boy who always wears that calm, cheerful face no matter what the world throws at him. The princess looks at him like he is the only solid ground left and simply says she needs her knight, her very own. Happy is led inside. The princess sits broken on the floor and confesses the thing tearing her apart. She thinks she is becoming like her father, because she has ordered people finished. The smile he always wears softens as he listens, really listens. He doesn't lecture her, he tells her the hard truth with quiet fire. In her position, she had to make a choice. An ordinary citizen could have run and hidden, but she is the princess. A knight in their expedition once said something similar, and Happy drives it home. A knight who loses the moment, who stops looking forward, loses everything. He paints the bigger picture. Peace looks good on paper, but human nature is selfish and greedy. The cycle of tyranny only grows darker unless someone stands up, and in that moment, a thought hits him like lightning. What if there could be a world where none of this suffering was necessary? For the first time, his heart races with something bigger than survival. Even if that world is still far away, even if the fight is born from despair, the end of the fight itself is hope. He looks at her with that signature happy face and says it plain, "You really are so incredibly bright." The next morning arrives too fast. Happy blinks awake to find an unexpected guest already in the room. While they slept, the vice captain showed up, and that single fact means the entire expedition is gone. Panic flickers across faces. Where is he now? Maybe checking supplies before they head back to the kingdom. But Happy's gut twists. He's got a bad feeling, the kind that never lies. Then the vice captain drops the real bomb. "Your Highness, she's a member of our expedition." The room freezes. Whatever happened out there, the princess is now tangled in it, and the calm, happy face our hero wears is about to be tested harder than ever. Chapter 60 opens on a quiet, heavy moment. Someone asks Happy what's wrong, and the answer drags us straight back to the day everything burned. The vice captain had gathered his troops under the banner of rescue, but the real mission was slaughter. Nobles and soldiers fall together. The vice captain leads the charge, and the field turns into pure chaos. Happy is right there in the middle of it, the only one who walks away when the red Kool-Aid stops flowing. He was the sole survivor. The situation was that desperate. Chains, fallen bodies, a single figure still breathing while everyone else is gone. That day carved something permanent into him. Back in the present, the truth starts cracking open. A masked figure speaks of terror in people's eyes. Happy's calm smile is still there, but the room around him is shifting. Something big is about to surface. Outside, people gather and whisper. Happy watches the crowd and finally pieces it together. The vice captain was never just a soldier. He was one of the demon's own henchmen, planted right in their ranks. The memory hits hard, the moment their lord stopped the sale and took interest in Happy. Then the captain gets poked in the side, but there's no red Kool-Aid on the spear tip. It was all staged, a fake wound to sell the lie. The trap springs. Soldiers shout to grab him. Happy bolts through the halls, green cloak flying as armored men close in from every side. The chase is on, and the happy face is nowhere near as calm as it looks. A voice cuts through the past. Happy was too human to be the one who inherited their lord's red Kool-Aid. Doubt crept in until a letter from Lucas Tom sealed everything. The faith was locked in place. The pieces slammed together. Items taken from a fallen body, a shadowed face, and the final blow. Happy is the child of the god the cult has been worshipping all along, the discarded heir they never stopped hunting for. Shock ripples through the room. What are you saying? Happy helped us. He never transformed. He's on our side. But the man who kept the secret just stares back, and Happy's smile turns razor sharp as he asks why no one told him. The truth lands like a hammer. They wanted to use Happy's power against the cult. He was strong enough to take down their leader, so they kept him close as a knight. But this place was never meant for the child of their lord. They came to take him home. Happy feels it too. The ones who once called themselves allies now look at him with nothing but fear. His true identity is about to spread across the entire kingdom, and when it does, he will become a figure of pure terror. They lock him away. Iron bars, stone walls. Happy sits in the dark while the world outside starts to burn with rumors. A princess who can see through the old order. A bloodline that makes fanatics kneel. Everything becomes tangled overnight. The cult stops their slaughter and starts praising Happy as their new lord. Distant kingdoms form expeditions. Some join the hunt, others try to stop him at any cost. Every road now leads straight to the boy who used to wear a collar and a smile. Even the expedition Happy once belonged to changes course and heads for the root of it all. Behind bars, Happy looks up and gives the order that will change everything. Take me to that land, all of you, yeah, all of us. A few days later, the forest goes quiet. Armored figures wait in the mist. One of them freezes and whispers the words that end the chapter on a knife edge. He's here. And somewhere deeper in the fog, a massive silhouette steps forward and demands the same thing everyone else wants. Take me to that child. Chapter 61 drops us onto a dusty road with two figures walking side by side, and the air already feels heavy. One of them is the man every cult calls a god, the tyrant kingdoms whisper about in fear. Our underdog is right there with him, wearing that same calm, happy face he always hides behind, even when the person next to him could end anyone without breaking stride. Up close, the so-called demon just looks like a massive human, but the quiet calculation never stops. Behind that familiar smile, the thought lands hard. If I go for his heart, would he go down like anyone else? 12 hours left on a contract that could change everything. Elsewhere, another player is making the same cold calculation. Madam, what are you thinking? If I get the chance, I plan to take him out. This is the reason I came all this way, and it is the final contract I am placing on myself. Back on the road, the pace never slows. How can he keep moving without resting even once? Just following him is exhausting. The happy face stays locked in place, but the body is screaming, and the thought of striking from behind right now keeps flashing brighter. A shout rips across the path. You there, halt your party. His Majesty the King's army is advancing. No one may move until the procession has passed. The road fills with armored riders and spears, an entire force demanding obedience. They do not stop. The soldiers stare in disbelief. I said stop, are you deaf? The demon and the smiling shadow beside him keep walking straight into the teeth of the king's army like the road still belongs to them. Confusion turns to chaos in a heartbeat. What's going on? Then the demon moves. One moment the army blocks the path, the next men are sent flying as raw power tears through ranks that thought numbers meant safety. Panic spreads fast. What's that raccoon behind us? What in the world is that? Orders scream out to take that man out at once, but the demon has already grabbed hold of the fight and refuses to let go. He rips a massive beam free and swings. Soldiers launch through the air like toys. Every impact lands like thunder. This is not a battle anymore. It is a one-man disaster rolling straight through the king's finest. The truth finally breaks out of every terrified throat. A demon. That's a demon. And right in the middle of the storm, our underdog sees the only thing that matters, opportunity to finish him. But the opening never comes. I don't see any opening at all. When the red Kool-Aid settles, the road is littered with the fallen and the demon simply walks on, unhurried, unharmed. 3 hours left on the clock. Later, the mask of endurance finally cracks. I'm at my limit. The rumors were never exaggerated. No one can stop that demon. The happy face is still there, but the body underneath has nothing left to give. Far from the road, other eyes are watching the same storm. The enemy was picked from the start, or maybe if it's that guy, he might be able to create a chance. His group's goal was to wipe out the cult too, so a clash with this demon was always coming. But the demon already knows exactly who is walking beside him. Now Arnold. I knew from the very first time we met that he wanted to take me out. After seeing this, I thought he might give up, but he still thinks he can finish me. I'm curious how long he'll cling to that little hope. I should keep him with me and watch. They finally halt. Rest? We're resting. The demon sits like a man who just took a stroll, while Arnold collapses under the weight of everything he still plans to do. The next day, the king's men pick through the wreckage. These marks aren't from weapons. No doubt it was the demon who tore them apart with his bare hands. He walked on unhurt, without a single wound. He never once stopped moving. He went this way. From here on, the demon hunt begins, and Arnold is still right there at the monster's side, happy face locked in place, contract ticking down, every powerful faction now closing in. The real question is who gets to him first, and whether that smile finally becomes the weapon that ends a legend. The dust settles and the place is empty. They all left. 2 battered survivors stand in the wreckage of what used to be safety, one still raw about how his comrade got taken and nobody listened. Out here, the only plan left is simple: survive again, even if it means going back to bandit life. But the floor feels wrong. One of them drops down, eyes sharp, and there it is, a hidden space right under the boards. Treasure stashed away like someone never expected company. He grins, knew it. Then a new face steps into the light, an older man with white hair, calm as stone. The apprentice led him straight here. He's been waiting. The reunion hits hard. Captain. No easy road home. The expedition's luck turned rotten and the kingdom can wait. They're pushing deeper instead, straight into the demon's land. Night fires flicker ahead like a warning nobody plans to heed. One question cuts through the dark. Where is the vice captain? They find him bound tight to a tree, red cloak torn, still breathing. Someone wants answers about how the whole expedition was finished, yet this one man walks free. The story comes out over a rough meal. It was chaos right before the kingdom. Alone, he would have collapsed long ago. The vice captain dragged him this far, and the loyalty runs bone deep. No matter what horrors wait, he follows to the end. Strength first. Eat, keep moving, but not everyone gets a free seat at the table. Orders snap out. Tie him up and keep him alive. Whatever game is being played, this piece stays on the board for now. The bound man finally speaks the question burning in his chest. If the goal was wiping the expedition out, why spare him? Why drag the gone weight along instead of ditching him on the road? He's only slowing them down. The answer is colder than steel. It's the eyes. People with nowhere left to go cling to one last scrap of hope and turn into the fiercest henchmen right when despair hits. This isn't mercy, it's planting a strong seed in a brutal world. Take it as a compliment. Meanwhile, the real weight settles on Happy. That calm smile is still in place, but the people closest to him see the storm underneath. Winnie has to sit this one out. Once the real fighting starts, they cannot protect her, and if she stays, Happy's secret bloodline comes into the open. Can he really tell everyone what runs in his veins? The talk turns darker. Sagan was a cultist after all. Happy once claimed the man tried to save people on the farm, but in the end he was just another fanatic who finished everyone. And then the blade twists. Happy, you're the same, child of the demon who took out my parents. The name rings out across the camp like a challenge. Happy. Firelight catches the faces around him. Her Highness has already decided. Happy becomes her personal escort knight. In the coming battle, the princess and Happy will be each other's eyes and sword. They stay together, no choice. And it looks like those two are getting closer by the hour. One watcher feels the ground shift under his feet. Perhaps Happy's place is becoming somewhere he can no longer follow, no matter how badly he wants to. The happy face that once hid a slave's pain is now the center of a much bigger game. Dawn breaks. Assemble. The camp snaps to attention as a new force rides in. A guest has arrived, polished and smiling, claiming his own expeditionary troops are eager to join the noble hunt for the demon. But first he has one small request. He wants to see the demon's child they took in. The air goes tight. What do you mean by that? The newcomer closes his eyes like he can taste it on the wind. I can feel it. Is it that guy? Every head turns. The finger points straight at Happy. Shock ripples through the ranks while that familiar calm smile stays locked in place, hiding whatever storm just woke up behind it. The guest came hunting a demon's child, and he thinks he just found him. The whole camp freezes. Is it really him? There he sits under that tree like he owns the quiet, the same calm smile on his face while every armed man around him holds their breath. Years of hunting demons just led them straight to this one servant who never flinches. They demand answers. How did you know? Simple. An entire year spent researching demons, mapping every scrap of demonic aura until detection became second nature. All that work, and now the proof is sitting right in front of them, wearing that unreadable happy face. One of them points hard. We need a closer look at that demon. The moment they found demon red Kool-Aid in him, they bound him up, yet here he is, still breathing, still smiling like none of it touches him. They call him out cold. You're his servant, Prince Julius Angelus. Crossbows come up. A demon doesn't even flinch under a rain of arrows, they say, and this one is strong enough to punch straight through iron armor with bare hands. So why keep the demon brain alive when you should have finished him already? because he was the only one who could lead them into demonic territory. One hothead snaps. Nonsense. You're all walking into the tiger's den and letting that demon trick you. If you don't take his head right now, the whole expedition turns into a disaster you can't handle. The tension cracks like dry wood. Then an arrow screams in from nowhere. It catches the loudmouth square and red Kool-Aid flies as he goes down screaming. Everyone spins. Who just wasted a shot on a mere servant? The disrespect hangs in the air thicker than the dust. New faces step forward, the silver-haired woman and the dark-haired servant himself. We always welcome allies, she says, but if we're going to help each other, then sit down and talk like civilized people. No more arrows, no more shouting. They lead the wounded man off. This way, please. Minutes later, he's bandaged and pale, asking if this is the end for him. You'll be fine, they tell him. It only grazed you. The camp starts to breathe again, but nothing feels settled. Away from the others, the blonde turns on the older fighter. What was all that talk about demon red Kool-Aid? I was just playing along with them, the man answers. That's a pretty bold bluff, and just like that, the real cracks start showing between people who once fought side by side. Does he still see me as his vice captain? The answer is no. They bled together for years in that kingdom, yet now it's like none of it ever happened. William and Hendrik will keep expanding the alliance and hunting the cult. Everyone else is being pulled back. Only a small escort, the princess included, will push forward with Harry toward the demonic territory. The blonde loses it. What the hell are you talking about? I never said we were marching in right now. Wiping out the cult and growing the alliance still come first. But something has been eating at the older man. On the road, they found traces of a massacre left by a demon and chased it hard. Yet here, there isn't the slightest sign of a real battle. No army, no clash. So who wiped those enemies out? The trail led straight here. Could something already be charging toward them right now? The question hangs while the camera finds Harry standing quiet, that familiar calm on his face, even as the weight of every secret presses down. His people step in close, happy. No matter what the world chooses to call you, we stand by your side. You don't have to push us away to keep us safe. We trust you. We'll fight right beside you until the very end. And just like that, the fear he carried cracks open. So they already knew. The dread that they would turn on him, hate him, leave him. It was all a pointless worry. These people treat him like family, real family. The happy face returns, but this time it isn't armor, it's something warmer, something earned. He looks up toward the scarred warrior waiting ahead, and for the first time in a long while, the smile feels like it might actually belong to him. Whatever is coming down that trail, he won't face it alone. The chapter opens on a quiet reunion that feels too perfect. A long-lost uncle finally lays eyes on the boy he has been hunting for, and the smile on his face says he never doubted for a second. He tells the kid he still wears the exact same face from the day he was born. No more wandering. The uncle pulls the boy close and declares the search is over. Every single day the father has yearned for this return, and now they are going home together. The collar of the past is about to be traded for a title. But the watching soldiers are not buying the story. One of them snaps that he assumed this powerful stranger was the Lord himself. The uncle never claimed the title, yet every witness of his earlier feats would have sworn he wore the crown. The pieces click into place for the crowd. This man is the Lord's brother, which makes the quiet boy in his arms the missing heir. The little punk they dismissed suddenly carries royal red Kool-Aid, and the air turns electric with realization. Shock turns to terror in a heartbeat. The big warrior holding the boy is branded a demon on the spot. Eyes go wide, voices crack, and the entire force starts screaming that something inhuman has walked into their midst. Orders fly. Every soldier is told to fall back at once because only a handful claim they can stand against this monster. The uncle simply stands there with the boy, calm as ever, while chaos erupts around them. Accusations pour out like arrows. They scream that the kid is demon spawn and that another demon has arrived to collect him. The uncle's calm smile never wavers, even as the hunters ready themselves for combat. The boy panics and shouts that the monster is about to wipe them all out. The hunters answer with a single command: everybody shoot. Arrows fill the sky while the uncle keeps one protective hand on his nephew's head. The uncle finally speaks, voice low and almost amused. Demon is just a label the weak slap on anything they cannot understand. He asks if his 12 nephews have not already figured that out, and the smile he wears is pure happy face energy. A beast charges in, all claws and fury, but the uncle treats the hunter's weapons like toys. He calls their gear laughable and steps forward, promising the boy that his father will be thrilled beyond words when they finally reunite. Now the real fight begins. The uncle locks eyes with the loudest braggart and says he has been looking forward to this. He has never met an opponent who talked so much, and the hunters answer by screaming to shoot him down. Arrows rain. The uncle moves like water, slipping past every shaft as if the air itself refuses to let him be touched. One hunter claims this is his final arrow and swears he will put it straight through the heart. The last shot lands with a sharp crack and does nothing. The uncle stands unharmed, almost disappointed, and remarks it is a shame the arrow failed to pierce anything at all. The hunters can only stare in pure disbelief. Whispers ripple through the survivors. What exactly is this man? The answer comes in a flood of old stories. A demon who once tried to swallow every kingdom on the map, whose own offspring were no different from the realms he crushed. The lore keeps coming. That demon and his knights once tore through monsters and wars without rest. Now the same shadow hangs over the present, and every kingdom's only goal is the complete end of the demon and his cult. And right in the middle of it all stands Happy, Royal Knight, carrier of demonic red Kool-Aid. The same underdog who has clawed his way up from nothing now faces the heaviest question yet. Which path will he choose? Are you going to save everyone again this time, Happy? The warning is brutal. Not even someone like him can hold out forever against a threat this size. If that man truly is the uncle, and if they cannot decide, the only road left is absolute destruction. The Happy face has never carried heavier stakes. The air is already heavy when this chapter kicks off. A powerful figure in black stands ready, and he makes one thing crystal clear. Even if no one had come looking, he was heading out on his own. His only goal is to shut down the endless arena bloodshed once and for all. Happy does not wait for permission. He charges straight in with that same calm smile plastered on his face, the one that hides every ounce of fear and fury. The clash is instant and brutal, bodies flying across the grass as the underdog refuses to back down. The older man answers with overwhelming force. One heavy strike sends Happy skidding, but those golden eyes stay locked on. This is not just a brawl, it is a collision between the boy who clawed his way up from nothing and the man who once decided his fate. A cold memory cuts through the fight. Years ago, this same man held a tiny infant and asked the unthinkable, what if the child grows strong enough to turn on them? The answer back then was absolute refusal. He would never allow that future. Now the truth spills out with every blow. He admits he was wrong about the boy. Happy did not become a threat. He became something far worse in the uncle's eyes, a weak, pathetic disappointment who never lived up to the power this harsh world demands. The uncle's voice turns iron. He does not know if Happy's father would understand the path his son chose, but he will not stand by and watch any longer. As uncle, his only duty is to drag the boy home. Everything else can burn. Happy answers the only way he knows how, by fighting harder. He launches forward again, that signature smile still fixed in place even as the uncle's strikes hammer him across the field. Every impact is a reminder of how far the slave still has to climb. The uncle finally sees it. That grin is no longer just a mask, it is a weapon. He snarls that Happy is finally showing his true colors and vows to tear him apart piece by piece if that is what it takes to end this rebellion. A desperate voice cuts through the chaos. Someone screams for them to stop. The uncle has Happy locked in a crushing hold, scolding him for risking everything over what he calls a worthless piece of garbage. In his eyes, the boy has been completely corrupted by this weak world. The lecture turns personal. If word reaches home that Happy vanished again, his father will not endure it. The entire family is waiting. The uncle decides the fight is over and simply orders them to leave. No one present is strong enough to stop him. Even the hunters who once swaggered with confidence collapse in the face of this power. Yet because Happy risked everything to protect the others, they refuse to undo the choice he made. The boy who always smiled through the pain has earned that much. Happy looks up with quiet resolve and simply says, "It is fine." His friend cannot accept that. Nothing about this is fine. The bond between them flares as the friend declares the truth out loud. "You are my friend." That single line hits harder than any strike. Happy's smile finally softens into something real. Exactly. You are my friend. The friend refuses to let him walk into the freezing dark alone ever again. If he is still too weak to follow right now, then he will get stronger and catch up no matter what it takes. Happy turns away with that familiar grin, the one that once hid a slave's suffering and now carries the weight of real loyalty. From this moment, William severs every tie to his old life, choosing to walk the same brutal path and follow in Happy's footsteps. Alone on the grass with his weapon resting across his knees, Happy sits in silence. The happy face is still there, but the eyes underneath have changed. The climb is nowhere near finished. Because the next step is the one he has been running from and racing toward this entire time. Happy is about to come face to face with his father, and nothing about that reunion will be simple. Here's where we pick up. William finally makes it back to the merchant guild that belongs to his father, and the second he steps through that door, the whole house erupts. His sister tears across the room, shouting for her brother, relief crashing over everyone who thought they might never see him again. Winnie is right there too, thanking every star that William came home in one piece. He brushes it off with that calm smile of his, insisting he's perfectly fine, and the family quickly fills him in. Happy's grandmother and little brother made it through safe because William's people looked after them the whole time. But the reunion hits a snag the moment William's father clocks the woman standing beside him. "Who is this lady?" William answers without missing a beat, "My fiancé." The room freezes. Winnie nearly loses it on the spot, and even his father is left staring like the boy just grew a second head. William quickly walks it back. She's a comrade from the expedition force, nothing more. Someone he brought home because she had nowhere else to go. The real question hanging in the air is the one nobody wants to ask out loud until Winnie finally does. Where is Happy? Silence. Everyone walks on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing. Winnie is the first to break it, voice small, explaining that Happy went back to his family. The words land like a stone. What does that even mean? And as the days stretch on, a darker story starts spreading through the kingdom and beyond. They start calling Happy the child of a demon. Whispers turn into full-blown fear. The world that once watched an underdog claw his way up now paints him as something monstrous, and the weight of that label settles over everyone who ever cared about him. Led by the princess, the kingdom doesn't sit still. They launch a full mission, every realm pouring strength into preparing for the coming calamity. A few days later, William is back at an empty house, broom in hand, realizing just how long it's been since he last stood in this place. Happy never returned. The space he left behind becomes a quiet source of sorrow for everyone who knew him. William feels that emptiness like a hole in the chest, and the people around him are tormented by the same unanswered question: why did he walk away? Out among the graves of fallen soldiers, the truth hits harder. Every time William had to lay someone to rest, he whispered apologies for failing to protect them. Looking at those markers now, he finally understands. Everything Happy ever said was genuine. He left alone because he was renewing his vow to save the people, no matter the cost. Time only makes the longing worse. William stands before the princess after a successful strike on the hidden cult, and still the first words out of his mouth are simple and raw. "I miss you, Happy." He swears he will become stronger for the day they meet again. At the Kingdom Allied Conference, the stakes get laid bare. Happy is not the enemy. The real threat will return, and William makes his position crystal clear. If Happy does not come back on his own, William will personally set out to find him. He will tear the cult apart, scatter every last subordinate, and bring that smiling underdog home. He asks for every scrap of research on how to combat the demons and walks out of that hall with fire in his eyes. Alone under a dark sky, he makes the promise out loud. I will figure out how to become strong on my own, Happy, and then I will come meet you. What follows is pure grit. William throws himself into the fight, carving through enemy forces in tight caves and open snowfields. Blades flash, bodies drop, and the path he walks earns a name that chills the red Kool-Aid, the Path of Asura. 1 year later, the boy who once stood in Happy's shadow is almost unrecognizable. Covered in red Kool-Aid and standing over the fallen, William speaks straight to the friend he lost. Happy, this time I will not let you get swallowed up. I am going to bring you back to us. Side by side with the princess, he wipes out the cult and every demon subordinate in their way. His fame explodes across the lands until people stop using his old name. They call him something new now, the hero, William, the only human capable of standing against the demons. A legend is rising, but the happy face that started it all is still missing. William has the strength, the title, and the fire. Next time we find out just how far that fire will take him when he finally goes looking for the underdog who refused to stay down.